You're on.
Okay. So good morning and greetings from Chenrezig Institute, where we have technical difficulties in relation to the prayer-thon, which we hope will be sorted out. So as usual, beginning the session by generating a positive motivation for doing this Thangtong Gyalpo practice as requested by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So of course the ideal motivation to have is one of bodhicitta, which is based on generating compassion and loving kindness, especially great compassion and great loving kindness. So to generate a strong thought of compassion, then think of all the suffering of people all around the world due to this pandemic, especially now with the Delta variant. Just bring to mind the articles you've read this week, or the TV news that you've seen, or the news online, the upsurge in numbers in many countries around the world. In many countries, hospital systems are being overwhelmed because of the increase in numbers of people who've contracted COVID-19 and need hospital care. This is happening even in Australia now, especially in New South Wales and potentially in Victoria. So bring to mind there's millions of people around the world who are experiencing COVID-19. And also those who are recovering from COVID-19, those who have the long COVID syndrome. Generate a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish for all those people to be free from their suffering and the cause of their suffering, their negative karma and delusions. And also generating a strong thought of loving kindness, the wish for all those people to have happiness and the causes of happiness. So not just thinking of them being free of this problem, of this particular disease, COVID-19, having the happiness of good health and a long life, just temporary, immediate happiness. So think more of doing this practice for the ultimate happiness of all sentient beings, their liberation from samsara, from the cycle of suffering existence, and ideally, their full enlightenment, where they're free forever from all problems, all faults of the mind, and have achieved all realizations and can be of ultimate benefit to others. So generating strong thoughts of compassion and loving kindness, and the special thought of bodhicitta, the wish to become enlightened in order to enlighten all other living beings. And we'll do Thangtong Gyalpo's practice. So beginning with the special refuge verse that he composed, which we'll recite 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So now we'll do some recitations of Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So if you have initiation, then visualizing yourself as Chenrezig, either in 2-arm, 4-arm, 1,000-arm aspect. If you don't have the initiation, then visualizing Chenrezig on your crown and just bringing to mind that Chenrezig is the manifestation of all the compassion of all the Buddhas. So then bring vividly to mind all the millions of people around the world who have COVID-19, being in particular the most vulnerable ones, those in aged care facilities, or those who don't have access to any care. Think also of the millions of people who are recovering from COVID-19, who have the long COVID syndrome. So it's now becoming clear that it's not simply a matter of experiencing the virus and it disappearing, but there can be months and potentially years of after effects similar to chronic fatigue syndrome or post-viral illness. So bringing to mind as clearly as you can all the various physical and mental sufferings of people who've actually contracted COVID-19 in the various countries around the world. Remembering those countries where people aren't even able to gain hospital access to treat their disease because the hospitals are overwhelmed with cases. So the strong awareness of the various sufferings associated with COVID-19 generate a strong thought of compassion, a wish to relieve all those people from all their sufferings. And from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip, goes to the crown of each of those people with COVID-19. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate sufferings caused by the disease. More importantly, purifying them, the cause of all their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. I'm just doing this visualization as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So then rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart that through your visualization, you've been able to relieve all those millions of people experiencing physical and mental problems and sufferings because of COVID-19, from all those physical and mental sufferings, and more importantly, from the cause of their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into an enlightened being, Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now bring to mind all the millions of frontline workers all around the world who are caring for people with COVID-19. Think of all the hospitals, all the ICU units, all the emergency departments. Think of all the paramedics, who are the ones first assessing people with COVID-19, then bringing them to hospitals where sometimes they have to wait for hours for treatment or go to other hospitals. Think of all those hospital workers in the countries where the systems are completely overwhelmed because of the upsurge in numbers. People are feeling exhausted. In some places feeling despair because they know that people are dying because they can't get into the hospital for treatment. Think of mortuary workers. Think of cemetery workers. Think of the workers in crematoriums. Think of all the millions of people around the world who, out of their kindness, compassion, their dedication, are themselves experiencing a lot of physical and mental hardships in order to take care of people with COVID-19, whether in hospitals or at home. And generate a strong thought of compassion, wish to relieve all those frontline workers of all their mental and physical hardships. From your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each of those frontline workers. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying all their immediate physical and mental problems, all their exhaustion, all their fear and anxiety. More importantly, purifying them the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Just do this visualization as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that through your visualization, you've been able to relieve all those frontline workers, all those workers in hospitals, all those people taking care of family members or friends at home, for all their physical and mental hardships, all their exhaustion, their anxiety. More importantly, purify them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, a fully enlightened being. So now bring to mind all the millions and millions of people around the world who are grieving because they've lost family members or friends to COVID-19. Think in particular of countries like Indonesia, India, Brazil, Africa. Think of the sense of loss and the lack of closure experienced by family members and friends who've been unable to say goodbye to their loved ones. And in some cases, don't even know where their loved ones are buried, in cases of mass graves. So think of all those millions of people around the world, 40 million, 50 million, maybe more people who've lost someone they knew, someone they felt close to, someone they loved to COVID-19. So with a strong wish to relieve all those grieving people, all their suffering, all their feelings of loss and hopelessness. From your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each of those grieving beings. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their feelings of grief and loss. But more importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Just doing the visualization as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart. You've been able to relieve all those grieving beings and their feelings of grief and loss, feelings of hopelessness. And more importantly, purify them the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, a fully enlightened being, the Buddha of compassion. So next, bring to mind the millions and millions, billions of people around the world who are experiencing various hardships, physical and mental, because of the pandemic, not necessarily from having the disease themselves or even having contact with someone with the disease, but all the problems that are being experienced because of lockdowns, social isolation, economic difficulties, think of all the anxiety, the increased depression, increased suicidal thoughts, increase in domestic violence and abuse, and also think of those people who are experiencing anger or anxiety because of various conspiracy theories, because of various beliefs that they've taken to heart. So with a mind of compassion, wishing to relieve all of those billions of people, all their suffering and their causes, from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each of those suffering beings. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems, whether it's fear, anxiety, feelings of isolation, loneliness, depression, suicidal thoughts, anger, whatever they're experiencing, and pacifying all of that, but more importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, at least at the level of your visualization, you've been able to send a healing white light rays to all those people experiencing physical and mental hardships because of the pandemic, all those suffering from lockdowns and social isolation, anxiety, loneliness. But more important, you've been able to pacify the cause of all this suffering, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now finally, bringing as vividly to mind as you can, all the suffering sentient beings in all the 6 realms. If you're not familiar with the beings in the 6 realms, think of all the sufferings you're aware of humans and animals. Think of all the particular sufferings of experience in each of the 6 realms, as well as the general sufferings of samsara. Then with a strong thought of compassion, the wish to relieve all these sentient beings in all the universes from all their suffering and its causes, send out healing white light rays from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig visualized on your crown. The tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip of each ray goes to the crown of each and every one of those sentient beings. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems, the particular problems associated with their realms, the general sufferings of samsara. More importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their problems, their native karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, a fully enlightened being. Just doing this visualization as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart. That at the level of your visualization, you've been able to send out healing white light rays to every single suffering sentient being, and able to pacify their immediate problems, but more importantly, the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now we'll recite Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer that liberated the Sakya monastery from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as if they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 350 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of his names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now just dedicating any merit, any positive energy we've created by doing the practice to these goals as outlined by Shantideva in the final chapter of the Guide to Bodhisattva's Way of Life. Through the virtue of having done this practice, may all living beings come to engage in the Bodhisattva's conduct. May all beings everywhere, plagued with sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. For as long as they remain in psychic existence, may their mundane happiness never decline, and may all of them uninterruptedly receive waves of joy from bodhisattvas. May the blind see forms, may the deaf hear sounds, and just as it was with Maya Devi, may pregnant women give birth without any pain. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy, may the forlorn find new hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their illness, and may every disease in the world, especially COVID-19, never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting one another. May no living creature ever suffer, commit wrong, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, or their minds ever be depressed. In all temples and monasteries, may reading and recitation flourish and remain. May the Sangha always be in harmony, and may their purposes be accomplished. May sentient beings again and again make offerings to all the Buddhas, and may they constantly be joyful with the inconceivable bliss of the Buddhas. Just as they intended, may the Bodhisattvas fulfill the welfare of the world, and may all sentient beings receive whatever the Buddhas have intended for them. For as long as space endures, and for as long as living beings remain, until then may I too abide to dispel the misery of the world. So thank you very much, and now we'll do it. Chenrezig Institute tag, so Venerable Tony will be doing the next session.
Good morning, Elsa.
So who's got there?
John Taylor.
Oh, Jenny. Hi, Jenny.
Yep, I'm here.
But Tony's down for this session, yeah?
Yes, all my problems have been solved. At least I wish they had.
So what time were you down for?
I was down for 11. I thought it was 10. I didn't check it up again. So I'm gradually
Tony,
working out how this whole thing works and what messages mean what and how to wait and fix myself up and so on and so forth.
so Tony is actually here. He's down for 11 o'clock.
I can't quite hear that.
So Venerable Tony is down for 11 o'clock today. So I think there's been some mix up in the timing.
But Tony's down.
Yeah, he's about to start the session. I just handed over to him.
I sent a message saying I would do it. Well, Tony, what do you want to do?
Well, I think, I'm down for 11 o'clock. You may have put it down for Australian daylight saving time or something.
Well, I'm not quite sure what's happened because I did send a message saying I'd do 11 o'clock, but apparently it hasn't gone through. So if you feel like doing 11 o'clock, you're fine.
Okay,
I'll have a look at the list again.
Yeah, have a look at the list. It's pretty clear.
Yeah, because it's actually clicked me in. It wouldn't click me in earlier when I thought I was on.
Okay.
So whatever. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other.
Well, I just walked up the hill, so
But you need to have a good reason for walking up the hill, don't you?
yeah.
Okay, I'll mute myself again and leave it up to you.
Yeah, you can make a cup of tea.
Okay.
All right,
Enjoy.
good to see you. Anyway, Tony. Right.
So do you have a list?
Yeah.
So maybe we should do it another day.
She was.
So we're right to go?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so then good morning, everyone. So then cultivate positive motivation for engaging in this morning's session. And here perhaps to bring to mind the first teaching of the Buddha, the truth of suffering, and particularly within the truth of suffering, one of the aspects of this is worthwhile considering, and that is the uncertainty of the nature of samsara. So here, particularly in relation to COVID-19, we as Buddhists then have an opportunity to put that basic understanding of the Buddha, of Buddhism, into practice. This idea of the uncertainty of the nature of samsara, of things that may occur. So it's precisely this with the manifestation of COVID-19. There's so much uncertainty in relation to this. And if we establishing ourselves as Buddhists, we are integrating into life this understanding of the nature of samsara, that it is very much uncertain. So this becomes an opportunity for us as practitioners to cultivate a very stable, wholesome, compassionate, wise state of mind during this time, so that we can be of greatest benefit to others. And so here is to be thinking here about the COVID-19 and the uncertainty of it, in that, first off, we can't be sure how things are going to occur with COVID-19 into the future, how it's going to manifest. And we can't be sure even of the different variants of COVID-19, Delta and so on. Many different things, many different factors are involved here, and things that we don't understand, and scientists don't know or understand or can't necessarily predict. It's very uncertain. Then because of that as well, an uncertain nature of COVID-19, then the response to this by governments, both state and central governments, regional and central governments, is we don't know how they're going to respond. Often they respond very quickly, often very slowly. And each time they make a response that affects us. So in that way. Then also as well, individuals, we don't know how they're going to respond to that. Some people are okay with it, work with it. Other people become depressed. Other people become very angry. Other people create the idea that there is a conspiracy taking place. Many different things are occurring around us constantly and changing from moment to moment, events occurring. So really here, if we bring back that wisdom of the Buddha's teaching, the first teaching of the Buddha, the truth of suffering, within that, the uncertain nature of samsara, really integrating that understanding, then that best places us to deal with all the various things that may arise during this period of time. Because as well, we don't know how other people are going to respond in relation to us, our position. If we've got a particular job, we may end up being sacrificed in that job because the decisions that are made by the people who run that company may decide, okay, we can no longer afford this person, or else they may try to change the position that you're in or try to make you do more work. And even in the case of centers and Dharma centers as well, centers are under pressure. So they may act in certain ways in order what they see as the greatest good. And us as individuals may suffer in this case. Many different things occur. So it's important for us to maintain that openness of mind, because otherwise the risk is that that there are people in this world that hold, especially in the West, when they've been spoiled, they hold the view that life should be fair, a kind of a rational view that life should be fair. Irrational because we can see very often it isn't. But because they hold that view that life should be fair, things should be this way, then when COVID-19 has manifested, it's really, we can see how it isn't fair. But because they don't integrate this understanding, the reality of the uncertain nature of things and how unfairness it manifests, then as a result of that, they can become depressed, they can turn to alcohol and drugs, they become part of domestic violence, they don't know how to deal with the situation. They can cultivate conspiracy theories and a variety of different things, simply because they didn't have the mind that was open to the reality that life is not necessarily fair and things are very uncertain. So here, for us, then, it becomes the opportunity to embrace this reality of the uncertain nature of samsara, uncertain nature of COVID-19. And with this, we become people who maintain a stable state of mind, which is very important. And in fact, not just a stable state of mind, that we actually utilize the uncertainty, the misfortunes that occur as a result of COVID-19, the upheavals. We use it as an opportunity to develop understanding for others and the difficulties that they're undergoing. We can become a source of support for others. We can act with compassion towards others when they respond in unskillful ways, when they manifest out different types of suffering. And with this, we can develop skillful ways to communicate to others, to be support to others, and act with wisdom. And so now here, in engaging in this session, with this idea and reciting we go on to recite the actual prayer, that we do it with this understanding, that we're embracing the uncertainty of current times with COVID-19, embracing that understanding. And as we embrace it, then we develop stability and develop the qualities in which we're able to best benefit others, to be of support to others. And so then reciting the refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the empty assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds. All sentient beings, my mothers who are like infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharma Kaya. And then, having cultivated positive motivation like this, we invoke the presence of all the compassion existing in the universe, and for it to manifest above the crown of one's head in the form of Chenrezig, and then to recite the mantra of Chenrezig, doing it three rounds of malas, 3 malas of the mantra of Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme, and then now the actual prayer. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings at that place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are after due to the service of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of rare spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings at their place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 364 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings at their place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of prayer spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all body beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings at their place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers of 360 evil spirits and harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. By the power of the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, though they're placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And by the power of the mind and have radiance and power be endowed with gone by good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illness, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Gyalpo, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are after due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of dark Guineas, dark protectors and guardians, by the power of truth and the infallibility of karmas and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the mirrors not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Gyalpo, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the power, body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of dark Guineas, dark protectors and guardians, by the power of truth, the infallibility of karmas and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirror instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that they've placed inside the mouth of Gyalpo, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of dark Guineas, dark protectors and guardians, by the power of truth, the infallibility of karma results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirror instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so that they're placed inside the mouth of Gyalpo, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness and be totally pacified. May the power, body, and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of dark Guineas, dark protectors and guardians, by the power of truth and infallibility of karmas and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirror instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they're placed inside the mouth of Gyalpo, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness and be totally pacified. May the body, mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of dark Guineas, dark protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then now just to make dedication. So then from reciting this prayer in this way, may it be the case that we do become more stable people, and also that as well within the world we can generate the wish that people understand more and more the uncertainty of the nature of samsara, and that in fact COVID-19 is a manifestation of this uncertainty that came into the world, and how it's unfolding is also uncertain, and how governments unfold also uncertain, and how it is also in the world that people who don't have any sort of spiritual basis or understanding then of course may respond in ways which are hurtful to themselves, self-destructive, alcohol, drugs, and also depressed states of mind, anger, and depression, alcohol, drugs, so many different things occurring which cause themselves problems and cause problems for others. So here to dedicate so that there is more understanding taking place, more embracing that understanding, the uncertain nature of existence, so that people can be more stable in response to the situation, not only stable, but also have a mind which reaches out to others and wishes to guide and support others who are undergoing difficulty. And through this then, understanding that actually there is a possibility of seeing it in a positive way. All right, so then also to dedicate, as well to dedicate, whereas it is that people have recently died as a result of COVID-19, may they take perfect human rebirth, to kind, compassionate, Dharma-minded parents. Make connection with faultless spiritual teachers, follow the grounds and paths and attain enlightenment. And those people who are seriously ill, may they recover from their illness. And if not, may they have peaceful death. And also take rebirth to kind, compassionate, Dharma-minded parents. Make contact with faultless spiritual teachers, follow the grounds and paths and attain enlightenment. And wherever people are undergoing difficulty as a result of COVID-19, may they be able to transform that difficulty into something positive, and also see it in a positive, somehow to be able to change their view of the situation, so that they're able to deal with that situation well and be able to benefit others through the stability that they gain through developing understanding. And wherever beings are benefiting others, supporting others in COVID-19, whether they be the professionals or whether they be friends and relatives of those who are seriously ill, may they find the strength to continue and wisdom to be able to, wisdom and compassion to benefit others. And wherever politicians are involved in making decisions, may those decisions be made with wisdom, compassion, and free of corruption. And may those who are involved, health officials, may their decisions also be made with wisdom, compassion, and free of corruption. And then may highly realized beings continue to manifest into the world and to give guidance to people through this difficult time. And may those beings also have long lives, particularly His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa, and the various teachers in different centers. May they have long lives and continue to provide support and teachings to beings. Okay, so thank you.
Sorry for coming in storm.
That's all right. So another Chenrezig coming. Also before me, then me, and then Yaki next.
So what's going on up there?
That's today.
Oh, that's CB.
Yeah,
Okay.
with Choki.
All right. Thanks, Tony.
Unusual text is not around, so this is something
That's perfect.
Sorry?
That's perfect on one page.
That's what I did.
All right. So good morning, everyone, or good night, wherever you are around the world. It's possible that you're in New Zealand, so good afternoon in New Zealand. So I would like to start with, first of all, spending just 1 or 2 minutes on quieting my mind, and I hope that it will also help you to quiet your mind if it is not quiescent yet. So what I normally do is to just observe the body for a few seconds, make sure that the body is not tense, not rigid, that my back is upright. Then I draw my attention to the breathing process, a count around of 21 breaths. And then correcting our motivation, we can think of, first of all, the common goal of all of us, each and every living being, seeking happiness, well-being, protection, safety, satisfaction, physical pleasures, of course, but also mental happiness and well-being. Wanting to avoid danger and fear and anxiety, discomfort, lack of security, dissatisfaction. So whatever we do directly and indirectly is oriented towards getting that. Although we seem to be far away from each other in different parts of the world, it seems that there are many living beings living under the water, in the oceans, birds perching up high, far away nests. It seems that they're very removed from our day-to-day reality, and yet we can also think that, just like me, what they're seeking is sustenance, safety, continuation. And yet, unlike me, so many people don't have the means, so many living beings don't have the tools to secure long-term happiness and well-being. Being completely confused about what brings happiness and what eliminates suffering, creating more and more causes, not only for future suffering, but also we can see how we run into problems, banging our head against the wall, and creating more suffering for us, more problems for us in future lives, and compounding suffering and problems in future lifetimes. And thinking that all of them have been our mothers before, have cared for us with great kindness. So though we seem that we're completely independent, disconnected from each other, this is certainly not the case. So then thinking that I have a Buddha potential that allows me to lead myself and all other living beings outside of our misery, outside of our miserable state, to bloom into the state of liberation, to grow up into the state of enlightenment. I can do that if I attend the state of Buddha, attend the knowledge of the disposition of each and every living being, whatever it takes them, all their mentalities. Should I attend that state, I'll be able to be of benefit to myriad living beings. In order to do that, I take refuge, first of all, in the Buddha. Not only the historical Buddha, but all the Buddhas, those that have developed perfect qualities and eliminated all faults. And I take refuge in the Mahayana Dharma, true paths and true cessations, not only in my own mind, but also in the mind stream of others, by which they can lead me and other living beings to the state of omniscience, the state of Buddha. And I take refuge in the Mahayana Sangha, in all my spiritual teachers, in all bodhisattvas. So as I go for refuge, I visualize that in the space in front of me is Arya Avalokiteshvara Chenrezig, surrounded by Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, all my teachers and their lineages, Bodhisattvas, Dharma protectors, and I have full trust that they have the ability to lead me away from samsara into the state of complete and perfect enlightenment for the sake of all living beings. And I'm doing it for the sake of all living beings that extend to the reaches of space that happen to be seated around me. All sentient beings and my mothers who are infinite like space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. It says we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to our Buddha nature that is naturally present in our own mind stream. Ignorance is not an inherent part of our mind, nor is anger and attachment. And this naturally present potential can become in the future the Dhammakaya, the emptiness of a Buddha's mind, which is non different to the emptiness of our own mind. All sentient beings and mothers who are infinite like space go for refuge to your precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So then in thinking that Arya Chenrezig is in the space in front of us, we're going to recite some mantras, Om Mani Padme Hum, and thinking that rays of light in the nature of wisdom and compassion shine out from Chenrezig. Touch upon our self-living beings wherever space extends, completely liberating us from our ignorance, visible states of existence, leading us away to pleasant state of existence and further away to the state of liberation and enlightenment. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 So then going into the actual prayer again, we're going to remind ourselves that whatever problem we experience, particularly here, COVID-19, and all other problems and suffering, sickness and pain that we and other living beings experience either directly or caused by related situations or conditions. All of them arise due to cause and conditions, due to past accumulated actions, and they are adventitious, they are not inherent to our state, and therefore they can be removed. And since they can be removed, it is completely suitable to wish living beings to be free from them. May all diseases that stand in the minds of sentient beings have result from compound temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, illnesses and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. Now, whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and memory. And guardians, by the powers of the truth of the infallibility of harmonious results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and It's okay.
No, the battery is going to, this is the host, is going to switch off itself. There's like no power supply. So I
Okay.
had to doing it live, put you onto this.
No
That's
worries.
what's going
Cool.
on.
Thank you very much. May all the diseases that sadden minds of sentient beings have result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sons of whose names terrify beings as though they have been places on the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 306 evil spirits that harm Sunday, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, driving body and mind and friendly happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. For the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, for the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, for the power of the truth of the infallibility of common its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings have result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sons of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm Sunday, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body of mind and forever happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings have result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sons of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm Sunday, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body of mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings have result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sons of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm Sunday, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings are result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed son of Math, Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm Sunday, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of heavy happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of communist results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that stand in the minds of sentient beings have resolved from common and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering, may all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside of Math and Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 88,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm Sunday, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of common its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that stand in the minds of sentient beings have resolved from common and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed under the Math of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm Sunday, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of common its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that stand in the minds of sentient beings are resolved from common and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sons of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed under the Math of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm Sunday, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of common its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that stand in the minds of sentient beings have resolved from common and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the Math of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm Sunday, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings you are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of very happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that stand in the minds of sentient beings have result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings you have from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 306 evil spirits that harm soundly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever offerings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power being endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So as I bring my session to a close and hand it over to the wonderful Dechen, I would like to dedicate all the virtue that we have accumulated together. So thinking that it is like a bag of seeds at the core of our heart, we're going to send it out to all the corners of the universe, wherever sentient beings remain, wherever they live. And imagine that those seeds ripen upon them, sharing all of virtues around, maturing everyone, opening their heart and mind to the Dhamma, giving them the conditions for encountering Dhamma and spiritual teachers. Everything that is favorable to the state of liberation and to the state of enlightenment. And so that they'll be able to ripen the mind to the state of enlightenment and to the state of liberation. We need our spiritual teachers to remain with us for a long time, to continue to give us teachings. So we also dedicate whatever virtue we've accumulated for the long life of our teachers. His Holiness the Dalai Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all the teachers and geshes in all our centers, and in other organizations as well. Whoever teaches living beings to develop kind-heartedness and wisdom, they live a long life, uninterrupted. And may all of us be able to develop bodhicitta and wisdom. Thank you very much.
Oh, time's up.
So is that your computer or the?
It's another one we have to use, but the power supply just wasn't with it.
Okay. Watch at 12:30. I think that's
story.
there would probably be like really cool stories.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that with the Zopa Rinpoche, listening to his 12 links, like the first 3 teachings, it's just one big story, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
It's just so rich. Amazing.
Yeah,
Amazing, amazing.
it's a great
amazing.
teaching.
Yeah, he is. And that Geshe Kelsang, one mother.
Yeah.
Oh, she's amazing as well. Okay. Thank you so
All right.
much.
Thank you very much, Tishin. Thank you very much, team.
Thank you very much, Venerable
to all the
Katzenla.
audience.
Lovely to follow on from you.
Thank you.
And
Blow them out of the water.
I will. You get ready.
Yeah.
Get ready. All right, so this is the whole practice on this one page. Excellent. Tim, this is the whole practice on the one page.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, we can't find our normal text here, so
it's perfect.
it's something I draw.
Yeah, wonderful. Very, very nice. Thank you so much to Tim and the rest of the team that keep this happening for us. And so I'm here at Chenrezig Institute here at the Sunshine Coast in Australia. I'm really happy to be back here to do this practice again for the benefit of all beings during these difficult COVID times. It's been sort of I think our experience here in Australia has been a bit different to people in the rest of the world. And down in Sydney, the numbers have been increasing on a daily basis, which our politicians having been imposing strict lockdowns. And I think it's really very challenging for people. And I think, you know, there's a lot of migrants that we have in our country who don't speak English. It's the communication hasn't been all that good, so which hasn't helped with the transmission of the Delta variant. Anyway, it's wonderful to be able to do this practice, as Gyalpo Zopa Rinpoche has indicated. What a very appropriate practice it is for us to be engaging in during these times. So let's just bring our awareness. It says set our motivation for the next session. I'm with you for an hour. And the way that I will be doing it is that I like really progressing quite slowly through the practice and meditating at the end of each verse, and really trying to deepen our sense of awareness of the wisdom within the verse that we've just read. They are all quite rich, all very, very, very rich. And I found an Omani Padme Hum that I will be putting on between each verse to chant Omani Padme Hum and to reflect on the verse. Okay, so let's set our motivation that all sentient beings, my mothers. Let's abandon that self-cherishing attitude and have the attitude of cherishing others, really making a very strong point of this. All sentient beings, my mothers. Who are infinite like space in all the realms, not just in this realm, but in all other realms, in the animals, formless realm. We all go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So visualize that all sentient beings, it's like we're all up in our own imagined vulture's peak with the Lord Buddha sitting. We are all surrounded him, below him, and above him. And bring to mind your own family, people who you know. All sitting in meditative equipoise in the presence of the Lord Buddha, our refuge. The source of all our hopes and future happiness. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. So just really develop this visualization. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. You can visualize this, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. You can visualize this in the form of the merit field, the refuge field, Guru Shakyamuni, in the middle of it. Then to the right is the wisdom lineage. And to the left is the method lineage. So it's his left, our right. And we have all the bodhisattvas, some who have become Buddhas, as Sangha Maitreya, all on the method side. Manjushri, Chandrakirti, Nagarjuna, all on the wisdom side. And teachers directly above him, the lineage, the direct lineage teachers. And down in front, we have the protectors, the 21 Taras, 35 Buddhas, our yidams. This whole merit field that all sentient beings are sitting around in front of, reflecting, humbling their minds, humbling their beings. Allowing gratitude to arise. And so now, just allow this extensive visualization, or whatever you've been able to visualize, just to dissolve, gradually dissolve, and enter in through your crown, chakra and bless your continuum. All sentient beings, we are all receiving the blessings of the lineage gurus. So really think quite pointedly in your mind that all beings are receiving this blessing. Including ourselves. And our ultimate goal is to become one with their enlightened mind and within our own potential enlightened mind, our own Buddha nature. This merges all into one. Within our heart chakra. Coming in and a dissolving into the clear awareness, luminosity within our own mind, known as our Dhammakaya mind. And we take refuge in this, our own Dhammakaya mind, which we share with all sentient beings. Vast, expansive spaciousness and clear luminosity. So all sentient beings who are infinite like space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So we'll do the first verse and then we'll do another round of that Om Mani Padme Hum between each verse. And I encourage you, you can either just chant Om Mani Padme Hum or you can chant with it, and really experience the vibration of the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. It's a very powerful mantra of great compassion. While we just think about and contemplate the verses. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of all sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms, the graha spirits, illnesses and bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of all sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of all sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of the graha spirits, illnesses and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world.
Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om
May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May the vibration of these Om Manis that we are going to chant and listen to dispel or realize the intention of this verse. Dispels all our fears.
Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Om
allowing these Om Mani Padme Hums to massage away all our fears, in relation to COVID. In relation to just everything, any fears that we may have. Are massaged away. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. And there are heaps of other sorts of epidemics that pervade samsara, that have been a part of samsara forever. The epidemic of domestic violence, the epidemic of abuse that has been a part of samsara. The epidemic of discrimination. So when we're doing this Om Mani Padme Hum, just we can extend our concept of epidemic of suffering, and visualize that through chanting Om Mani Padme Hum, all sentient beings chanting Om Mani Padme Hum, that it massages away all this suffering.
Om Mani Padme 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 Om
Allow the sonic bath of Om Mani Padme Hum massage away all your suffering, all the suffering of all sentient beings. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May these Om Mani Padme Hums massage away all this suffering.
Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om
May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. So this time while we're chanting Om Mani Padme Hum, visualize that all sentient beings' bodies are being filled with radiance and power, that all their illnesses have been pacified, all their suffering has been pacified, and that we are all endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Allow the vibration of the mantra fulfill this aspiration. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. It's such a hopeful verse, this one, isn't it? A lot of hope in this one, a lot of positive energy. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers, these aspirations that we've been making while chanting Om Mani Padme Hum, be fulfilled. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just imagine with the vibration of Om Mani Padme Hum that we are all filled with white light, all experiencing our own Dhammakaya, our true nature. That this does become a reality. May this time together be the source, the cause of this happiness and well-being within us all.
Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om
That's right. Okay, so thank you for joining in me today, and I hope you have enjoyed this chanting of Om Mani Padme Hum to fulfill the aspirations of this amazing prayer. So look forward to seeing you next week, and who's coming on next? You're going to have a look.
Morning, Chenrezig Institute.
Okay.
Hi.
So yeah.
What?
You should be able to hear him.
I can't hear him.
How's Chenrezig Institute?
No, we can't
Community.
hear.
Hang on, we'll see if it's something here. Just a sec.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So look, have a lovely session, Venerable.
Thank you.
And yeah, enjoy your session very much.
Thank you very much. Take care. Keep safe, everyone at Chenrezig. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone joining this Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer-a-thon, wherever you're joining from. My name's Tibetan Tempa, and I'm here at Kopan Monastery. So it's very nice to be able to join you this Saturday. So we're continuing this prayer-a-thon now in our second year. It's so wonderful that we're able to fulfill this wish and advice from Gyalpo Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our fearless guide, in order to try and alleviate the suffering happening in the world, particularly in connection with the COVID-19 virus, which is still prevailing in many parts of the world, and its devastating impacts definitely still prevailing everywhere. And particularly here at Kopan, this week we've had some more cases that have been discovered. So please pray for everyone here in the community, in the monastery as well as the nunnery, to be safe from the effects and impacts of COVID, and to remain safe as with everyone else in the world. And for all those who are suffering indirect results or impacts of the virus, both mentally, it's impacting a lot of people's lifestyles and social lives, which has ongoing impacts that go deeper than we realize. And in many parts of the world, there's a lot of natural disasters that are happening at the moment, wildfires as well as floods, and also famines, and also many conflicts that are tearing through the world. So we do this to alleviate the effects of that karma that we created in the past. We really have to take responsibility for ourselves, having met with these ripening results. It's only logical that we've created the cause for it. So we take responsibility by engaging in practices such as this to accumulate merit and to purify negative karmas. So without further ado, I will share my screen, and we will, on behalf of all sentient beings, we will go for refuge. Hopefully you can see my screen. I don't do this very often. So yes, let's recite the motivation refuge light. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly, gurus, the Dhammas, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha.
We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. In order to strengthen our motivation with a solid base of renunciation of our own self-grasping and seeing ourselves as most dear, I'd like to recite these 8 verses of thought transformation by the great Langri Tampa. So we just pause after each stanza and just reflect on its meaning and its aspiration, and trying to generate a sense of that. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. Even our enemies and those who harm us. Not responding in the same way. Wherever I am and whomever I am with, I shall always consider myself the lowest of all, and from the depth of my heart hold others most dear and supreme. Vigilant the moment a delusion appears in my mind, endangering myself and others, I shall confront and avert it without delay. Whenever I see beings who are wicked in nature and overwhelmed by violent negative actions and sufferings, I shall hold such fair ones dear as if I had found a precious treasure. Those who are inciting harm and imposing violence upon others, try to see them as an opportunity for us to practice compassion and patience. When out of envy others mistreat me with abuse, insults, or the like, I shall accept defeat and offer the victory to others. When someone whom I have benefited and in whom I have great hopes gives me terrible harm, I shall regard that person as my holy Guru. Helping us to develop qualities within ourselves. Notice our own faults. In short, both directly and indirectly, do I offer my every happiness and benefit to all my mothers, I shall secretly take upon myself all their harmful actions and sufferings. So whenever we experience negative effects, such as sicknesses, we should think we take them on in order to alleviate the sufferings of others. Undefiled by the stains of the superstitions of the 8 worldly concerns, may I, by perceiving all phenomena as illusory, be released from the bondage of attachment. So seeing that everything that arises, good or bad, its nature is the same, totally empty and impermanent. In that way, we're released from holding by views and mistaken responses. And having generated that thought and aspiration, a Holy Root Guru arises in the aspect of Guru Chenrezig, with a pure white body, youthful, beautiful, and radiant, standing upon a variegated lotus and moon. Is the nature of white light. He has 11 faces. His principal central face is pure white, beautiful, and radiant. The right face is green, the left is red. Above those, the central face is green, the right is red, and the left is white. Above those, the central face is red, the right is white, and the left green. They each have long, narrow eyes and smiling expressions like lotus petals. Sorry, they're long, narrow eyes like lotus petals and smiling expressions. Above those is a black wrathful face of Mahakala with bulging eyes, wrathful wrinkles, and barbed fangs. He has orange flashing hair standing upright, and upon his crown is the red peaceful face of Guru Amitabha. He gazes down upon us and all sentient beings surrounding us, infinite like space, with great compassion and endearing loving kindness. Guru Chenrezig's first 2 hands are folded at his heart, holding a wish-fulfilling jewel. The second right hand holds a crystal rosary. The third right hand is extended downwards, granting sublime realizations, and the fourth right hand holds the Dharma chakra. On his left side, his second left hand holds a golden lotus with a stem. The third hand holds a water vessel. And the fourth left hand holds a bow and arrow. His remaining 992 hands are in the mudra, granting sublime realizations. And in the palm of each hand is an eye of a Buddha, representing the 1,000 Buddhas of this fortunate eon, gazing down upon us and all sentient beings with protection. And he is adorned with many precious jewels and ornaments, precious garments of celestial silks. Over his left shoulder is draped an antelope skin. He has fragrant locks of orange hair which hang down upon his shoulders, down around his shoulders. On his brow is a white syllable Om, at his throat a red syllable R, and at his heart a blue syllable Om. At his heart is also a mandala, upon which stands a seed syllable Shri, which emits beams of pure white light, radiant, and they rain down upon all sentient beings like the sparks of a firework. And on the tip of each ray of light is a great compassionate one, descending to the crown of each sentient being, and from them the pure white light descends into the central channel of every sentient being, including oneself. When we maintain the visualization, the first mala focusing on ourselves and the purification of our own obscurations and delusions, negativities, as we recite the sixth level mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Umani Vedmi Umani Vedmi. Umani Vedmi Umani Vedmi. Umani Vedmi Umani Vedmi Umani Vedmi Umani Vedmi. Umani Vedmi Umani Vedmi Umani Vedmi Umani Umani Vedmi Umani Vedmi. Now with the second mala recitation, we focus on that light descending through the crowns of each sentient being, purifying all the negative karmas, obscurations, and delusions. And we visualize the light that has entered through our own central channel, passing out through our heart and going out to each and every sentient being, magnifying the effects of that nectar light from Sri Chenrezig's heart. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme, Omani Padme, Omani Padme, Omani Padme, Omani Padme, Omani Padme, Omani Padme. Umani Padme, Umani Padme. Umani Padme, Umani Padme, Umani Padme, Umani Padme. Umani Padme, Umani Padme, Umani Padme, Umani Padme. Umani Padme, Umani Padme, Umani Padme, Umani Padme, Umani Padme, Umani Padme, Umani Padme. And now we visualize that that light separates into multicolored light rays, passes from each Chenrezig down into each sentient being, granting them sublime realizations of the graduated path to enlightenment, so that all sentient beings achieve the state of Buddhahood and become Chenrezig themselves. Omani Padme, 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 Omani Padme. Omani Padme, 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 Om And think of all the Buddhas and the Mandala deities of Chenrezig and all sentient beings who have become Chenrezig, absorb into our own heart, and our mind becomes in the nature of the great compassionate Chenrezig. And we visualize ourselves in the nature of Chenrezig and great compassion. And with that, in order to benefit sentient beings in this world, we transform into Thangtong Gyalpo, manifestation of the great compassionate one, in order to recite the prayer to benefit sentient beings, the great prayer known as the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. So recite the actual prayer. They're all sentient beings, all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporal conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like the butcher, living animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three rare sublime ones, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And since we have time, I would like to also recite the other prayers that were recited by the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. The next one, the second one, is a request to pacify the fear of famine, which is very prevalent in many parts of the world at the moment, particularly in Ethiopia and Syria and other Middle Eastern countries. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guardian Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heroes, Pradeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall the rain with ever attractive enjoyments and needed jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth on this land's world of snows. Please pacify the harms of the four elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. and we nourish and grain from crops, harvests, and so forth, ripen and increase like the dew during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties, for the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain highest enlightenment. And then the third prayer by the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. So bringing to mind all the conflicts happening in the world at the moment, no matter how trivial or great they are. May this prayer bring its results to pacify those. All Mani Padme Hum, great loving victorious one, Arya sublime, compassionate eye looking one, wrathful victorious, high aggriever, perfect pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers. Upon their hearing, you are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of the flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please drive this ocean out by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by the recognizing each other as being like parents. For you're defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they roam its region. Please also cause of the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon the evil karma, the cause and result of the miraculous people born in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives, not have sicknesses, to stop all the quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, and betraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mindful deity, and the rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Now we recite the dedication prayer from the dedication chapter of the Bodhicharyavatara by the great Shantideva. The beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, the deaf hear sounds, and those whose bodies have borne with toil be restored and finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy, may the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains, bountiful harvests, may all medicines be effective, and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, those bound be freed, may the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I to remain to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. So rejoice and thank oneself and all others who have joined this session and all the previous sessions and those subsequent sessions. How wonderful and how precious they are, and rejoice in the virtuous actions of our precious gurus, the past, present, and future, and all the inconceivable actions and inconceivable fields of merit collected by all the Buddhas of every times and directions. How wonderful and how precious. We dedicate all of these virtues for the long and healthy life of our precious gurus, in particular His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, the incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling dual source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Likewise for our precious Guru, Kapche Lama Thupten Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the seduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honoring the three red sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Thank you very much to everyone, and thank you to Chenrezig Institute for your support, and thank you to Venerable, who's coming up next. I'm sorry, I recognize your face, but my mind is terrible.
It's okay.
Hi, Martin.
It's okay. I think we don't know each other yet. I mean, we saw each other, but I have like the centuries emails, Zoom account. That's why it's Longku. But my name is Losang, but it's okay.
Okay,
It's
Venerable, I hope you're well.
You're the one. You have to maybe close your screen also.
Oh, sorry, yeah. So you can see my face.
So I can, there we go. You're the one in Nepal, isn't it?
Yes,
The Tempala. How is the situation?
It was great, but then we had some cases pop up this week, and a few young monks who are unwell. Some of them have COVID, so they're all in quarantine at the moment. There's no one in a critical situation, thankfully. So we just hope that things stay in a good way and increase and get better. We're lucky we have Rinpoche here to protect us, and so in Kathmandu too. So we have the best protection.
So although the situation is very difficult, but with Rinpoche being there and Khandrula, I think, being there also, no?
Yeah. She's not in the monastery, but she stays in her apartment down the hill in Kathmandu.
Oh, okay. I mean, you got all you need in a way, isn't it?
Yeah. So
for
it's
enlightenment.
Ride out a little bit of negative karma.
And Rinpoche is well also, or?
Yeah. Rinpoche seems very well. He's seems to have lots of energy and and
even more than us, isn't it? Sometimes.
Sorry?
Even more than us sometimes.
Yeah.
With
it's
the
incredible. You know, he stays up all night.
Yeah.
And Venerable Tenzin sits with him and writes letters with Rinpoche whenever it comes to Rinpoche to do that during his practices and things. So,
amazing.
Very amazing. So we're so fortunate to have this opportunity to practice together. Where are you? You're in?
At the moment, I'm in Switzerland. I was supposed to go to Israel, but the country is closed, so I cannot go. So then I'll just stay here, and we do the things on Zoom for Israel, like the teachings, and then have to see how the things develop, because Europe is also, it's getting more and more cases everywhere again, and people getting nervous, and so. Yeah.
Are things relatively peaceful in Israel now? What is the situation like there? Do you know?
I don't know, when you say relatively peaceful, Israel is, since thousands of years, this region of the earth has not been peaceful. So it's like, it's amazing how they just don't succeed to be able to live together. Anyway, the people who are there, whether it's the Ottomans or the British or the Jewish or the Arabs or whatever. So and it's, the situation is so stuck that people just think the parties, what I want or what we want, they're not thinking about the other side. So it's like not much hope, but
whatever we can do to alleviate the mischievous forces that are working in that part of the world.
Right, exactly. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Enjoy your session. Thank you so much.
And take care, and maybe see you next week. Who knows?
Thank you.
Okay, have a good day. Bye.
Thank you very much. Take care. You too.
Okay, so we will start with the practice. So what I usually do, we take refuge. Then afterwards, because we're doing Chenrezig practice, we recite the prayer of King Gyalpo, and then we do Thangtong, Gyalpo's COVID prayer. But then also, you know, I mean, you all know, everybody is aware of that it is not just the COVID at the moment. It is also fires. It is also floods. It is also wars, like especially Afghanistan. So I think we should really also think about all the people in Afghanistan where the Taliban is, it won't take long. And then all the effort that has been made to have a kind of open democratic country will be just finished, like just in a few weeks. So, and all the other people who also suffer mentally, financially, even though we have a so-called peaceful country here in the West, here in Europe, but still people's minds are not at ease. Like what is happening at the moment in Switzerland is like, not just Switzerland, is everywhere else. You know, some people just, they just don't want to get the vaccine because they've never been vaccinated or for whatever reason, I don't know. But still, I mean, the pressure that I just spoke to somebody yesterday, because I'm not aware of it because I'm vaccinated, but the pressure that is putting on them to get vaccinated is like, otherwise you can't go anywhere if you don't have this COVID certificate. Although I was in Austria last week, and so there, you know, you want to enter somewhere, museum, restaurant, train, whatever, you have to show the COVID certificate, but you can show just any QR code, because the people who are supposed to control that, people work in the restaurants. I mean, how can they really check whether that certificate is a real certificate or not? So there's a lot of psychological pressure on people, and then also in South Europe, the fires. I don't know how it is in California at the moment. One doesn't hear about that anymore. Then the floods we had in Germany and Belgium and other places. So yeah, there's a lot going on. So it's good to do practices and being able to encompass all of this, like the material suffering, the damage that's been done by fires and floods, and the global warming, the COVID, the war, and especially the self-cherishing mind. That's really the one that we need to be able to get rid of. So how do we do that? By following the Buddhist path, by studying, like the Lam Rim, not just studying, but really internalizing, practicing that understanding. Our situation at the moment is incredibly good. Like we have this precious human rebirth. By really becoming aware it's not going to last, thinking about impermanence and death, and then really think what comes afterwards. And when we see, you know, when your situation is fairly good, but then you watch the news and you see all these other situations, then you go like, wow, it could be me. Yeah, and then to really take care of our actions that are, to make sure they're not motivated by the self-cherishing mind, which is incredibly difficult to see that. And then to take care of our actions, and finally the third level, to really think that everybody else has been so kind to me for millions and billions and trillions of years in order for me to create the situation that I'm in at the moment and to have the life that I have at the moment. So then it would not be fair just to go into nirvana and just to work for my own happiness, but to think with a totally open heart and with a lot of determination. I want to lead all sentient beings to the state of full awakening that I have to attain as well in order to be able to lead them there. So then again, you know, the trust, the faith in the Buddha's methods, in the Buddha's teachings, like we take refuge in the Buddha as the mentor, the Dharma as the path or the method. And then, you know, just briefly think about your Sangha. So many people have been meeting every Saturday, the monks and nuns leading the sessions, other people following it and doing these practices. Where does it come from? From Lama Zopa Rinpoche. This is why we do it. So not just the Arya Sangha that we don't know who is on the path of seeing and above, but really the ordinary Sangha, the people that practice with us, people that think how to make these methods available and that practice with us, because practicing alone is incredibly difficult. So these moments we have to practice on Zoom, but thanks to Zoom and webcast and YouTube and all this, everybody can participate. So instead of being sad about the situation that we are in, we start to see it as a big chance, and we start to see it as an opportunity. And we feel very grateful for the people of Chenrezig who have been doing this like entirely every Saturday, 24 hours a day. I know it's not just not one person, but I know how, you know, like people in the centuries who are doing things, they're not that many. And every week, every Saturday, they're able to get people together who take care of us so that it really runs without any hiccups. And it's been shown on YouTube and things like that. And the people who participate, so that what makes it going, and that makes it very powerful. And especially Venerable Damchu, who is finding every weekend, who is finding enough people to cover all the slots. So that's just wonderful. So then we think about our Guru first, which is, you know, the Guru in his human form, living or dead, because then the heart opens. And it's so important when we do practices to be joyful, to have an open heart, to be relaxed, to be focused, and to see how fortunate we are. But then you visualize Chenrezig, because that's a practice we're going to do. But like all the Buddhas are Chenrezig, like Chenrezig is all the Buddhas, and then especially the Guru is Chenrezig. So you visualize Chenrezig either four-armed, sitting, or 1,000-armed, 11-headed, standing, whatever feels more comfortable, translucent, radiating light in every direction. And having completed the path, like having universal compassion, universal wisdom, the skillful means, the attitude, wanting spontaneously and effortlessly to lead all sentient beings to his state of being free from being under the control of unhelpful emotions. So you visualize that being in front of you, becoming aware it's a dependent arising. Yes, Chenrezig is also empty of inherent existence, but he has the function to lead me and all other sentient beings to full enlightenment. And these Buddhas are always there. The Guru is always there. But the thing is, it just comes into appearance when we think about them. And otherwise, we're pretty much, you know, involved in doing worldly things, which is also necessary in order to survive. But Dharma practice is not just sitting on the cushion. We all know that. It's bringing a good attitude of being kind, of not harming, of as much as possible being to help to bring that attitude in every action, be it so-called holy, like when we do these things like the prayers, but also especially in the ordinary actions of functioning, you know, fulfilling our tasks in our daily life. So around us are all mother sentient beings. Your dad is at your right side, your mom is at your left side. These two people who gave you this body, so we can now, you know, we need a body in order to see the text, in order to hear the teachings, in order to a voice, in order to ask questions and to discuss. A body that can travel to different places, or at least turn on the computer, so that we have access to these teachings and to these methods. So where does it come from? From mom and dad. So in case you have any grudges, just leave them aside and just be happy that they gave you this body, but which we can practice so well now. And then, you know, the ones that make you nervous, you put them in the space in front of you and really be specific so that something can change. Because if we exclude, or if we throw people out of our heart, it's no bodhicitta. And to do things with bodhicitta, as Rinpoche says, you know, so powerful, It purifies so much negative karma, creates so much merit. So we have to make sure that it's there. So if you think about specific people that make you nervous or that you make nervous, just visualize them, don't be afraid of them, and really kind of look at them and think, may you be happy, may you be well, or at least I wish you all the best. May I never harm you. May I be kind to you. And kind doesn't mean always soft. It can also be quite firm, but with the attitude of making them happy, of leading them to, to full awakening. Maybe we don't have the skills yet, but at least if we are firm or sometimes even harsh, to make sure that their happiness is more important than mine. Then the people we like to spend time with, people who make us very comfortable, it's also good to think about them and to really think, wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be wonderful to have that open heart and that spontaneous good attitude towards all sentient beings, not just those few that we put behind us. And then around us are all mother sentient beings, all in human form, and we take refuge. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, that trust that we can be fully awakened, where there is not even the slightest wish to harm anybody. There is not even, nobody can make us angry. Nobody can make us upset. Nobody can make us afraid. That's the potential that we have. And actually already now, this is the values that we have. So by doing these practices, we will be able to live that potential, like Lama Zopa Rinpoche is showing us in such a beautiful and inspiring way, and all the other namas as well, the other gurus, the other masters, and especially His Holiness, the Dalai Lama. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Then in order to nourish this Dharmakaya, in case you have initiation, if you don't have initiation, you just leave Chenrezig in the space in front of you. If you do have initiation, again, we remember Bodhicitta, I want to be exactly like him. So you have him come to the crown of your head, melt into brilliant white light, the color of his body. And this light through your central channels absorbs into your heart chakra. If you have initiation, you know how to do this, so no need to have big explanations here. And then once that light is in your heart chakra, you think about your subtle mind that is totally pure. And then we dissolve whatever hinders us to be able to live our values and to live our potential. So we dissolve the 5 contaminated aggregates and the 80 conceptions that come from either attachment, aversion, and wrong views. We go into the clear light, which is the conventional nature of our mind, totally pure, totally, not limited, totally, absolutely, every self-cherishing, totally gone, filled with love and compassion, that clear light mind. And then out of this compassion, you rise again in the form. Because of this compassion, out of the clear light, you arise in the form of Arya Chenrezig. And you feel, you think, you visualize your body being made out of light, and like a very strong light bulb, or the sun, maybe better, sending these light rays in all directions, so it can touch all mother sentient beings, who are all suffering in one or the other way, be it with a very gross physical, like a lot of fear and mentally and so on, or more subtle, like, you know, that everything is impermanent. At one point we will lose everything, or just to have these attitudes of self-cherishing that already is suffering, because it does create more suffering, or self-cherishing the nature of suffering because it creates all the suffering. So we think about the suffering of pain, suffering of change, and the all-pervasive suffering that we all carry with us to one or other kind of extent. As the light is touching them, you are already fully awakened, or you have Chenrezig at your crown, which is you as a result of your practice. Don't make this a theistic thing. So then that light kind of purifies everybody's negative karma, leads them to a state of full awakening, and they transform into Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Then you'll know how Thangtong Gyalpo looks. So kind of from being Chenrezig, we can recite this prayer in the form of Chenrezig, or again, still with Chenrezig at your crown, or you can think that, okay, now because Chenrezig is all the Buddhas are Chenrezig, I can also be Thangtong Gyalpo. So with the attitude and with the confidence of Thangtong Gyalpo that this prayer is making a big difference in the world, then we recite this prayer a few times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results. May these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. I just remembered, getting old, my memory is really going. So I said we would do the Chenrezig prayer of King Songtsen Gampo, but then I forgot. So anyway, so we do Thangtong Gyalpo, maybe in the form of Chenrezig, if you like. It's really good to think about our potential that we have, that we want to actualize, that we want to live, instead of, just thinking about the Buddhas and having the Buddhas out there And then me, the poor sinner down here, but having this confidence, I can be fully awakened. I do have these powers. I'm not omnipotent, and the Buddhas are not omnipotent, but we can influence through the power of our wisdom, our emptiness, the power of our compassion. We can influence, we can inspire, we can guide people on this path to full awakening. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Then, third time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose name terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Then we do the, maybe since we have the COVID again, we can just recite once the Vajra armor protecting speech, then the mantra of Black Manjushri to really feel protected. Om Padmashavari Pe Nang Varshing Naganam Tayata Sarva Virita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. And Black Manjushri. Om Trasa Chusa Turtasa Turmisa Ningo Lacha Kala Jakam Shantram Pepe Soha. Then we do the dedications. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more due to the virtues. May I quickly become a Guru Buddha, lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Long life prayer of His Holiness Dalai Lama. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparable, kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then, for his wishes to be fulfilled, Savior of the land of snow, teaching and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all other teachers teaching the true path to full awakening, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Mashonath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime one, savior of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long and due to all the merits of the three times, collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, economic problems, and natural disasters in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everybody's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Then we seal it with emptiness due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the three times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full awakening, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Please never forget that whatever we see is just a projection of our own mind, and everything is just a dependent arising. It's important, you know, when we say just a dependent arising, of course it's important that we see that that dependent arising does have a function, and it can either make us suffer or can either make us being in complete bliss. Okay, thank you very much. Hello, Tenzing Namjong Law. Hi. Good morning or good mid-morning or afternoon, I'm not sure. You're in India, right? You need to turn on your microphone. Oh.
Yeah, it's 9:30, so mid-morning.
Okay.
Yeah,
good.
where are you? It's very beautiful.
I'm still
all
in
those holy
Switzerland.
objects. Are you at a center?
Yeah, I'm at the center in Bern, in
Oh,
Switzerland.
wow.
So we have, you know, because the room is so small, we couldn't make a cupboard for the 21 taras.
Right.
So we just hung them on the wall.
Oh
Like,
man, it's beautiful.
it looks quite nice, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's beautiful.
they're all hanging on they're all sitting on a little platform that you don't see.
Right.
In a way. So it looks as if they're floating in the air.
Yeah, it's really
And it's
wonderful.
not so, you know, with the cupboard, because the room is not so big. It's like cupboard is like, yeah. So like this is a bit more airy.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks quite
Yeah.
nice. Okay,
very
good.
nice. Yeah, well, great to see you.
I hope you're well.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Everything is still okay in India. Here in Europe, it starts again, the whole thing.
Yeah, you know, it's always up and down.
It's
But
totally
here
I'm supposed to go to Israel on Tuesday, but I can't.
Really?
Yeah, the country is still closed for 4
Yeah,
years.
yeah.
So
Wow.
we just do things on Zoom, and that will be okay.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Great.
Good.
Okay, well, take care.
You
We'll
too.
see you again. Yeah.
Always good to see you, of course. And
Yeah, great to see you too.
that's nice. Okay.
Yeah,
Bye.
yeah. Take care. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, so hello and welcome to everyone. I think many of you are continuing on from the last session, or if you're joining this session newly, welcome to our ongoing prayer-a-thon session. Many of you by now have been following these sessions now for quite some time. As you know, we just celebrated the 1-year anniversary of these Thangtong Gyalpo prayer-a-thon sessions, which we have been doing every Saturday for over a year now, according to the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And if you haven't seen already, one of the latest videos that Rinpoche made was a video thanking everyone who's been participating in these sessions. And he also gave the oral transmission to the Thangtong Gyalpo prayer, the King of Prayers, and a few other prayers. So in that, he also talked about the benefits of doing this practice, the benefits of the Avalokiteshvara practice. And so it should give us all a bit of encouragement and time to rejoice that we have been doing these sessions now for over a year, that we've been following the Guru's advice, which many of you know is the best way to quickly purify previously accumulated negativities and accumulate a vast amount of merit. So now as we start this session, then we always adjust our motivation. So to think that, yes, we are doing this to help quell the effects of the coronavirus pandemic. And hopefully the situation will improve very soon. And this disease will no longer affect this world. But more generally speaking, when we remind ourselves of our commitment to living with great compassion, this wish that all beings actually are free of their suffering, then we think not just the suffering of disease, but more generally, all the various sufferings that sentient beings are experiencing within samsara. So yes, there is the suffering of disease, but also the sufferings due to famine, natural disasters, war, and then even more generally, the suffering of meeting things that we don't want, being separated from the things that we do like, the suffering of uncertainty, the suffering of dissatisfaction. So all of these sufferings that we experience within samsara are because we are bound by our karma and our afflictive emotions. So as long as we haven't abandoned the afflictions, then we are bound to experience one type of unsatisfactory experience or another without break until we are liberated. It's a mosquito here. So in any case, we should think not just that we're doing this practice to pacify the effects of the illness, but more generally speaking, to think that the purpose of our lives is to help beings be free of all of the various sufferings they experience within samsara. And in order to do that, we need to help sentient beings be free from the causes of samsara, namely the karma and delusions. And in order to do that, we need to help sentient beings generate the antidote for the root of samsara. So this antidote is the wisdom directly realizing emptiness. And in order to do that, in order to help beings realize emptiness directly, we ourselves, of course, need to realize emptiness ourselves. And then when we attain our state of highest perfection, that of complete enlightenment or Buddhahood, then we will have all of the skills, all of the qualities to guide sentient beings in the most effective way to be free of the root of samsara and to attain liberation and enlightenment. And therefore, since the attainment of enlightenment is not without causes and conditions, we're going to do this practice here today so that we can quickly accumulate all the causes and purify all the obstacles to achieving enlightenment, so that we can guide all other sentient beings to do the very same thing as quickly as possible. So just adjust your motivation in that way. And now, remember, we're doing this practice for all sentient beings. So I will put the practice on the screen. But before we get started, we also now visualize all the sentient beings in the space around us, and we can think that we are doing this practice with them. So they are, sitting in the space around us. And as we do the practice, we can think that we are the chant leader. And as we do the recitation, they're reciting along with us. And then we can also visualize the Guru Buddha in the space in front of us. So you can visualize your Guru in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha as Avalokiteshvara. So whichever you want to do. But the more important thing is to focus on the qualities of the Guru Buddha and generate some aspiration to attain those same qualities within our own mental continuum. And in order to do that, that's why we take refuge. So now we recite together. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infant like space. We go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so now here, before we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, then those of you with a necessary initiation, you can generate yourself now as Avalokiteshvara. So first, by purifying all the impure appearances into emptiness. So here, remembering that although all phenomena lack even an atom of inherent existence, to our deluded minds, to our minds that are affected by ignorance, grasping to true existence, then, for example, all of our sense consciousnesses have the appearance of phenomena being truly existent. But this true existence, this appearance of inherent existence is totally false. The way things appear and the way they actually exist are not the same. And that's why phenomena are likened to be like illusions, like mirage, like a dream, and so forth. So just remembering that these phenomena don't appear in the way they exist, and therefore everything that appears, the way it appears, that appearance actually, since it is false, then those appearing objects actually don't exist at all. So the inherently existent table, the inherently existent computer screen, whatever you have, then those are totally non-existent. So now if you have the initiation, then you can think that your mind now that realizes this lack of inherent existence of all phenomena, then that appears, that now takes the form of Avalokiteshvara's enlightened holy body. Those of you without initiation, then you can visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front. And then we can think that at Avalokiteshvara's heart, there is a lotus, on top of which is a moon disk, on top of which is the syllable Hri. Surrounding that is the syllables of the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. And now as we recite the mantra, then we can visualize that from the mantra garland and the seed syllable, countless light rays radiate out in the 10 directions. These light rays then come to hit all the sentient beings, and these light rays then purify all the sentient beings of all their sicknesses, all their negative karma, all their sufferings of body and mind, as well as all of the obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment. And by the time we're done reciting the mantra, then all sentient beings will have achieved enlightenment in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. So as we do that, we can recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Padme Hum, Om Mani 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 Padme Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. So now just rest for a moment in the awareness that due to having recited the mantra, due to the purifying light rays from Avalokiteshvara's heart, that all sentient beings are now completely purified of all their sicknesses, all their negative karma, all their obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment, and have attained the state of Avalokiteshvara's enlightenment. And so now we'll continue with the actual prayer. And we'll do this over and over again until the end of the session. May all the diseases that set on the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of our spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading on to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from the life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading on to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 306 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading on to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading on to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all the body beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of the Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, one more time. May all the diseases at the side of the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher laying on to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of the Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, and so now we'll do a more general dedication. So here, please dedicate like this. So due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, that all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers of Buddhas and the sentient beings, may Bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May be generated in the hearts of all those who rely on me, all those for whom I promise to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May be generated in my heart and the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. Now for the long lives of the spiritual friends, incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Next, for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold, subdue his moral way, who serve as the boundless bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manju and Alpha's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, savor myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. Then to seal the dedication with emptiness, due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, whom completely empty of existing from my own side. So these next 2 verses are from the King of Prayers. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like some other Vajra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praises the best, but all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And let's see. So this one's good. So due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all the war, famine, disease, global problems, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be stopped immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts. by their generating loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. May the Buddha Dharma, from where sentient beings receive peace and happiness, last a long time and spread in all directions. May all sentient beings meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Okay, so that's it. Thank you all for joining. And oh, Tashi.
Hi, Venerable.
Wow, long time no see. Yeah, how
I
are
know.
you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. Where are you?
How is everyone at IMI? I am in Hyderabad.
Hyderabad, okay. Great.
How is everyone at IMI?
Yeah, we're okay. We're okay. You know, there's still no class, no debate. It's been probably over 2 months at this point. But you know, we're safe and trying to just stay productive. And you know, yeah.
Good to see you, Venerable.
Yeah, good to see you too. Yeah, take care. And yeah, I'll see you next time.
You too.
And yeah, thank you everyone for joining. And see you all later. Take care.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Tashi, right now in Hyderabad, city in South India. I hope you all are doing well and safe, and I hope I'm audible. So thanks to Venerable Nam Jongla for the last session. And before we begin our session, let's just check our motivation. As much as we are doing this under the guidance of our teacher, it's also important to remember that we are doing it for the sake of all sentient beings across all the nations in this world, and also all sentient beings in all the other worlds, in all the other realms. As much as we are doing this for the relief and the end of COVID pandemic, I like to think and believe that we are also doing this for the end of all that are ongoing in this world, both natural and also human-made. As I was talking to you all about race last time, as in our last few sessions, about how race as a human pandemic has been inflicting so much of suffering on all of us for as long as, you know, most of us remember. Today I also want to introduce another human-made pandemic, most predominantly present where I come from, the country where I come from, India. Some of you might be aware it is caste system, where depending on the caste that people are born into, they are, you know, subjected to a certain kind of life. And people who are supposedly born in the so-called lower castes and the castes that are not significant or important, they are subjected to suffering by the castes, people from the castes who are from the so-called upper castes for all their lives. So this has been happening for almost last 3,000 years. So it's one can say this is a very, very long going pandemic, I think. I mean, even today, in spite of all the development and civilization and all that, we still hear so much of caste violence in our country. Last couple of weeks, there have been so many incidents of caste violence across the country, which is very, very disturbing and painful. So let's just remember that we are also doing these prayers to end all those such human-made pandemics as race, caste, sexism, gender discrimination, so on and so forth. With that reminder, let's also generate gratitude for all our kind Sangha members who have been doing this prayer-thon, and also especially for all our kind teachers who has been teaching us, guiding us, helping us to stay connected with Dharma through these turbulent times. No matter if you're stuck at our homes or in other not so conducive conditions, thanks to our teachers who are continuing to help us to remain focused in our practice, continue to do our practice the best that we can. and also generate a sense of rejoice for all the great, kind, compassionate work that has been happening all around the planet by so many people in these difficult times in order to help the people, those who need it most. And most of the people who are into relief work, medical work, providing essential service, they all are literally risking their lives to do what they are doing to help other beings. Rejoice in their great compassionate work. So with this sense of gratitude and also the sense of rejoice, we will begin our prayer session, initially by listening to a small chant of Shakyamuni Buddha mantra. I hope it would be audible.
Om Muni Mahamuni Shakyamuni Swaha. 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 Om Muni Mahamuni Shakyamuni Swaha.
I hope that was audible to everyone. And now we move on to the prayer, the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We begin with motivation. If you do not have the copy, you can download it from the link that is available in the YouTube description right below. Or you can also download it from the FPMT website. We begin with motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go to refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assemblies of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Now we will recite the Chenrezig mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. As we recite, if you have the proper pronunciation, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig and Chenrezig from your heart seat, emitting bright golden color light into all directions around. Or if you do not have the initiation, you can place the Chenrezig in the space right in front of you and visualize Chenrezig from that space emitting golden color light, emitting into all directions. So whatever is appropriate to you in that visualization, Visualize that the light emitted from Chenrezig touching all the sentient beings in this world and all other worlds, purifying them all of all the negative karma, healing them completely, and aiding and helping them in their enlightenment. And that all sentient beings touched by that light, enlightened in an instant. You can also visualize all sentient beings, humans, non-human animals, birds, dogs, flies, reptiles, insects, all of them right surrounded next to you, sitting in a meditation posture, being touched by the light emitted through you as Chenrezig, or the Chenrezig in the space in front of you, purifying their negative karma, body, speech, and mind. And in an instant, helping them in their enlightenment and to be liberated from samsara for once and all. As we recite the mantra, keep that visualization as clear and as close as possible. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. We silently recite the mantra for the rest of the mala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Now we move on to the actual prayer. As we recite the prayer, keep a strong belief and faith that this prayer in actuality and reality is helping all the beings to be healed from COVID pandemic, from all other pandemics, all other diseases and sicknesses prevalent across the world. We do the actual prayer recitation a few times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interfaces, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from the life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of nefarious, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with the long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, the protectors and the guardians, and with the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, and the power of the Dakinis, the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now we do a recitation of the Tara mantra. To begin with this short version of the 21 praises of Tara. Om Chumdande Mala Modrul Mala Chak Salo Chak Saldul Matare Pelmo Tutare Jakan Salma Ture Donam Tam Chaterma Swaha Gechala Rabdu Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha 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 Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Now we silently recite for the rest of the mala, the Tara mantra. Om Taratu Taratu Soha, 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 Om Taratu Taratu Soha. Now we'll do a quick recitation of the speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo for pacifying the danger of weapons. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, high, Greva, perfect, pure, Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of a time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion, also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and to have not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has the ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. We do now a 3-time recitation of medicine with a long mantra. Namo Ratnatrayaya, Namo Bhagavate Apratihata Basajya Rajaya Tayata Om Sarvata Tatagata Hum Gume Gume Imi Nimihi Mati Mati Sapta Tatagate Samadhya Distate Ati Mate Pale Papam Shodhani Sarva Papam Nashaya Mama Buddha Buddhottame Ome Kome Buddha Kshetre Parishodhani Dhameni Dhame Meru 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 Shikara Sarva Akala Mrityu Nivarani Buddhe Subuddhe Buddha Adhisthana Rakshantume Sarvadeva Same Asame Samanva Harantume Sarva Buddha Bodhisattva Shame Same Prashanthamutume Sarva Ityupradave Vyadhayaha Purane Supurane Purayame Sarva Asamaye Vaidhurya Pratibhashe Sarva Papam Kshayankari Soha. Namo Ratnatrayaya, Namo Bhagavate Aprahatihata Basajye Rajaya Tadyata Om Sarva Tatagata Hum Gume Gume Imi Nimihi Mati Mati Sapta Tatagate Samadhya Distite Ati Mate Pale Papam Shodhani Sarva Papam Nashaya Mama Buddha Buddhottame Ume Kome Buddha Kshetra Parishodhani Dhameni Dhame Meru 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 Shikare Sarva Akala Mrityu Nivarani Buddhe Subuddhe Buddha Adhisthana Rakshantume Sarvadeva Same Same Samanva Harantume Sarva Buddha Bodhisattva Same Same Prashahamantume Sarva Ityu Pradave Vyadhayaha Purane Supurane Puramaye Sarva Ashamaye Vaidhurya Pratibhashe Sarva Papam Shayankari Soha. Namo Ratnatrayaya, Namo Bhagavate Aprahatihata Basajye Rajaya Tadyata Om Sarvatata Gata Hum Gume Gume Imi Nimihi Mate Mati Sapta Tata Gate Samadhya Distate Ati Mate Phale Papam Shodhani Sarva Papam Nashaya Mama Buddha Buddhottame Ume Kome Buddha Kshetre Parishodhani Dhameni Dhame Meru 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 Shikara Sarva Akala Mrityu Nivarani Buddhe Subuddhe Buddha Adhisthana Raksha Haram Tume Sarvadeva Same Asame Asamanva Haram Tume Sarva Buddha Bodhisattva Shame Shame Prahasan Tume Sarva Ityu Pradava Avyadayaha Purane Supurane Purayame Sarva Ashamaya Vaidhurya Pratibhashe Sarva Papam Kshayankari Soha. Now we move on to do the dedication as suggested by Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche, especially for the COVID time. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, may their reason not decline but increase more and more. Samsara Nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sickness. May all sickness without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dhamma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of victorious one Sankapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away from even a second from the pure path, highly praised by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Losang Drogpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as their like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all the negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless sabdas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from my own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. For the Dhamma King Sankapa's way of Dhamma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the two types of merits of the three times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drogpa, shine resplendent forever. Now for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-filling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now for the long life of the Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunatha's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And we dedicate all the merits accumulated for the benefit of all sentient beings, for long and healthy lives of all our Dhamma Gurus across the world, and for all the sickness of this pandemic and all other illnesses to be completely eradicated, never to return again. May all sentient beings never be separated from happiness and its causes, always be separated from suffering and its causes. May all sentient beings be kind, loving, caring, virtuous, generous, compassionate, patient, loving towards each other. May all sentient beings have wisdom and courage to see and go through all the obstacles they come across in their life as opportunities to do virtue, only virtue. May all natural disasters such as earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, heat waves, volcano eruptions, so on and so forth, come to end at once. May all man-made disasters such as hunger, war, poverty, famine, drought, all pandemics, epidemics, all forms of hate and discrimination such as Islamophobia, queerphobia, transphobia, homophobia, casteism, sexism, racism, so on and so forth come to end at once. May all sentient beings who lost their lives due to man-made or natural disasters be born human, be born in pure land, be happy, practice Dhamma rightly, guided by Maha, which is Gurus, and be liberated from samsara. May all sentient beings who suffered due to man-made or natural disasters be completely healed, be healthy, happy, joyous, practice Dhamma rightly, guided by Maha, which is Gurus, be liberated from samsara, and enlightened. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, Venerable. Good to see you, Venerable. You're on mute, Venerable.
How are you? Nice to see you.
Good to see you. I'm well. How are you doing?
I'm fine too. Thank you.
How is everyone in Kopan?
Well,
Are you
we
in
have
Kopan now?
I am, yeah. Well, we have some more sick
Very
people
good.
here. So,
Oh, that's so sad.
yeah. I think
Hopefully
they're
they
all
all
doing
make it
okay,
through.
though. Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully they'll make it through. Thank you, Venerable. Over to you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so let's start the next session. My name is Joan, and I'm based at Kopan Monastery in Nepal. So let's begin by setting up a good motivation for this session. So if you've been following any of the news, we can see that this world is in quite a bad state at the moment, and many problems in just about every part of the world. Some of it due to COVID-19, actually quite a lot of it still due to COVID-19, but then all these other so-called natural disasters, all these fires and floods in particular. So we can begin small by thinking of ourselves and how this pandemic and the various situations in the world have been affecting our own life and making things more difficult for us. So basically, we can begin by developing compassion for ourselves, wishing ourselves to be free from suffering. So you can think for a moment about the particular difficulties you have in your own life, whether they're physical difficulties or mental difficulties, both. In particular, you can think about how COVID-19 has affected your life and what kind of challenges it has brought to you. And we use this not to develop any form of self-pity whatsoever, but to open our hearts to ourselves, thinking of ourselves as sentient beings, as suffering sentient beings. And just like all sentient beings, we want to be happy. We don't like suffering, but at the same time we experience difficult situations. So we just generate a strong, genuine wish for ourselves to be free from all suffering. Not just these small, so relatively small sufferings that we're experiencing in this life, but in all the different, but be free from all the different sufferings that we can experience in other realms of existence while we're stuck cycling in samsara. So just contemplate this for a moment. And then we can expand our thoughts to include our family and friends, the people we're close to. And again, we do this to generate compassion for them. So we look at their different suffering, their problems. And again, mainly in terms of COVID-19 and how COVID-19 has affected them, but you can think of the different kinds of challenges that these people are experiencing. And as you do that, you can visualize them sitting in front of yourself, facing you. And we use this contemplation to open our hearts to them, to wish them to be free from this suffering. And we, at the same time, we wish them to be happy. We send them love, loving kindness. Again, we just do this for a moment. And then we expand our thoughts even further to include the people that we work with or the people we go to school with, people in our communities, in our village or town or city. And we keep expanding it out to include all the people in the country. And then we keep expanding it out to include all the people in the same continent that we are in. And then all those in the whole entire world. And again, we do this to generate a motivation of compassion, wishing them to be free from all the difficulties they're experiencing. And again, we focus mainly on the difficulties caused by COVID-19, but we can also think of all the suffering that's been caused by the fires, by the floods, and by all sorts of other difficult situations that people experience in various countries around this world. Many of it man-made, many of it not much of the suffering that people experience caused by other human beings. So we try and generate compassion not just for the victims of the suffering, but also those who are causing suffering, as they too will experience the result of that negative action in the future in the form of suffering. And we just contemplate for a moment all the various sufferings that sentient beings are experiencing. And of course, we can include those in different realms of existence, but here we're mainly focusing on those who've been experiencing suffering caused by COVID-19. And we can visualize all these people and all these sentient beings in front of ourselves, great sea of beings, all experiencing various types of suffering. And we generate the wish to achieve enlightenment for the benefit, for their benefit, for the benefit of every single sentient being. As Rinpoche always reminds us, for the benefit of every single ant, every single mosquito, every single sentient being in every realm of existence. To generate bodhicitta, wishing to achieve enlightenment, to be able to become a perfect source of happiness for them by becoming a perfect guide, able to give them exactly the teachings and advice that each one of them needs in order to overcome their own delusions and purify their minds and achieve enlightenment. With a strong motivation of compassion and bodhicitta, we take refuge in the Gurus, in the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, all the various manifestations of the enlightened mind. We recite this verse 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge. Oh, let me turn on my screen sharing. Sorry. There we go. All sentient beings, my mothers are infinite like space, go for refuge, precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty car of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty car of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty car of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then we can visualize the Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig, either the 1,000 arms or 4 arms. If you've received proper empowerment, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig. Otherwise, visualize Chenrezig above the crown of your head or in front of you. And from Chenrezig's heart and every pore of his body, rays of light radiate out. On the end of each ray of light is another Chenrezig, and these come to the crown of the heads each of the sentient beings that you visualize in front of you. If you've imagined your family, your friends, each one of them has a Chenrezig above the crown of their head. And so do all the other sentient beings visualized in front of you. So we can imagine that as we recite the mantra, rays of light and nectar flow down from Chenrezig's heart and enter into the crown of the head of the person below them. And it purifies all their suffering, washes away all their suffering. And not only that, it also washes away all the causes of their suffering, all the negative karma, all the delusions. So of course we can include every form of suffering, because in particular we can focus on all the suffering caused by COVID-19. You can think of the images of people you've seen in the hospital with oxygen, in the hospital on respirators. All those who've been cremated and buried around the world, particularly all those who died in the last 49 days, and in particular those who died of COVID-19. We do this mantra for them, visualizing that all their suffering is removed and all their negative karma and delusions are purified. Recite this mantra for 10 minutes. So you can imagine that all these people have been completely filled with the white light and nectar that flow from Chenrezig's great compassion. All of their suffering gone, all of their negative karma and delusions completely purified. They experience great happiness, peace, contentment, well-being. Now we can imagine that the Chenrezig above each of their heads melts into light, and the light absorbs into each one of them. And each one of them transforms into a Buddha of compassion. Each one of them achieves their own fullest potential It's the state of infinite compassion, infinite love, infinite wisdom. And then we can come back to reality and realize that there's still an enormous amount of suffering sentient beings. And again, coming from a place of compassion, we focus mainly on the COVID-19, but we can think that with this prayer that every single illness that afflicts sentient beings is eliminated, and that all the other forms of suffering that sentient beings are experiencing are also completely removed. So recite this prayer together 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the clash of gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of truth of intelligent karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Again, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the Kashta Gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth, of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So do one more time. Again, coming from a place of strong compassion, wishing that all the suffering caused by COVID-19 and all other forms of illness, as well as all by all the dangers that are caused by imbalances in elements, which are showing up in this world very drastically these days as climate change-related issues, whether it's enormous fires in so many parts of the world, or the terrible floods that have been happening. In some places, of course, been hit by winds. There have been landslides. So we say these words coming from a very strong place. So it's sincerely wishing all these sufferings to immediately come to an end and never return again. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the Kashta Gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then we can do some specific dedication prayers. And what we're actually dedicating here is, of course, the merit that we ourselves just created by doing this session, however short it may be. We did it with a good motivation of compassion and bodhicitta, wishing to be of benefit to sentient beings, and particularly those who are suffering the consequences of COVID-19. So we created an enormous store of merit, maybe even bigger on a Saturday where we could have been doing other things with our time, maybe more what we would consider pleasurable things, but instead we did something meaningful, something worthwhile, something useful for ourselves and, excuse me, for all sentient beings. So we created merit. So we combine this merit with all the merit we've ever created. This means not only in this life, but in all our past lives, whatever merit we've created. Whatever good action we did with our body, speech, and mind in the past has created positive energy, or what we call merit. And then we combine that with all the merit we'll go on to create in the future. So this will be, of course, an enormous amount of merit as we strive in particular to achieve the fully enlightened state of Chenrezig, having enlightened being. And then we combine our past, present, future merit with all the merits of all the Buddhas, past, present, future, their merits. And then all the past, present, future merits of all sentient beings. And this includes all the merits of all the bodhisattvas. Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche likes to remind us, create merit with each breath. The motivation of bodhicitta is so ever present, so strong that whatever action they do, even just breathing, is creating merit. So we dedicate all this enormous collection of merit for ourselves and all sentient beings to generate bodhicitta and to realize emptiness, the two main minds that we need in order to achieve enlightenment. So here, Lama Zopa Rinpoche likes to remind us that we're dedicating not just for human beings, but for every single sentient being in every realm of existence. May every single one of them generate bodhicitta. May every single one of them realize emptiness. May each and every one of them become a fully enlightened being. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetrained. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And then we dedicate it in particular for all those who are sick. You can think of specific people you know who are sick, whether with COVID-19 or with other forms of illness. But then we don't just think of them, we include all sick sentient beings in whatever realm of existence they are. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigrated beings never occur again. And then we dedicate for all those who have died, in particular all those who have died from COVID-19, and in particular all those who have died in the last 49 days. But we can, of course, include other sentient beings who have died from other forms of illness or injury, or just old age. And we do Lama Zopa Rinpoche's dedication due to all the three-time merits accumulated by myself, by the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings. May all those who have died never ever be reborn in the lower realms. Instead, may they be born in a Pure Land where they can achieve enlightenment. If that's not possible, may they at least receive a perfect human rebirth, meet the Mahayana teachings, meet a perfectly qualified Mahayana Guru, revealing unmistaken path to enlightenment. And for putting that path into practice, and in particular by pleasing the holy mind of their richest friend, may they quickly achieve enlightenment. So we think strongly that may all those who died have all the conditions to practice a spiritual path, to purify their mind and to achieve enlightenment. So then we do these prayers from Nagarjuna's jewel garland. These really embody the Bodhisattva attitude of being of complete service to all sentient beings. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. And then we seal all our merits with emptiness so that they're not destroyed by giving rise to anger or wrong views, heresy. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. Lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, from completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we do the prayers for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and we can include here a prayer for all of our gurus to live long. May all these beings who are completely dedicated to sentient beings, to helping sentient beings, to relieving them of suffering and guiding them to everlasting happiness, have long lives. May they remain in good health. May they continue to turn the wheel of Dharma, meaning may they continue to teach the Holy Dharma. May all of their endless activities for the benefit of sentient beings flourish. May they be realized and brought to completion without the slightest obstacle. Wish granting, wish fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may have a long life and your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior, myself, and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you to anybody who joined me in this session. I really appreciate it. And thank you to the Chenrezig Institute team for giving us technical support for this to happen. And hello to Venerable Rafa.
Ciao, ciao Giovanni, come stai?
Io bene.
Qui noi stiamo patendo un caldo incredibile.
Ho sentito non tutta Europa, ma Italia, Spagna,
No,
no?
l'Italia specialmente è un caldo incredibile. Giù in Sicilia sono arrivati a 48 gradi e anche qua insomma non è che c'è un po' di fresco verso le 5 del mattino, poi fa sempre caldo.
Wow.
E poi è pieno di incendi. C'è il sud Italia che sta bruciando, dovuto a, ovviamente, non solo per il caldo, ma proprio per un'azione criminale delle varie mafie. Sì.
Wow, quello è terribile.
No, è terribile, veramente terribile. E quindi bisognerà dedicare anche per questo, perché veramente hanno calcolato che con gli incendi del sud Italia sono morti più di 20 milioni di animali bruciati vivi.
Quelli sono solo quelli grandi, no?
No, sì, poi gli insetti e poi non c'è conto proprio. Però è veramente terribile. È così. E va bene, e quindi ci dobbiamo applicare per forza, non c'è scelta. E lì come va?
Qui adesso un po' meglio, qui c'è stato molto pioggia, il monsone, no? Ma hanno avuto tanto pioggia quest'anno, così c'è stata anche inondazione e anche tanti problemi, ma l'ultima settimana è un po' meglio. Piove, ma solo di notte, non tutto il giorno, non tanto pesante.
Sì, gli elementi si stanno scatenando proprio. Aria, vento, fuoco, proprio tutto.
Qui a Copenaghen abbiamo anche il Covid di nuovo, così.
Ah sì, wow, incredibile. Sembra una storia molto lunga,
Senza fine, veramente non si vede. Adesso io non vedo più che finisce fra un mese, 2 mesi, un anno.
Sì. Va bene, dai, comincio, altrimenti mi mangio tutto il tempo.
Sì.
Ciao
Ciao.
tanto ci sentiamo. Ciao, a presto.
Ciao.
Buongiorno a tutti, allora cominciamo con la nostra sessione. Buongiorno Irene e buongiorno a tutti quelli che ci seguono su YouTube. Prendiamo qualche minuto per tranquillizzare la nostra mente e il nostro corpo. possiamo immaginare che mentre inspiriamo entra luce trascendentale, che proviene da tutti i Buddha, da tutti gli esseri realizzati, che pervade completamente il nostro corpo. E nell'espirazione immaginiamo che tutto ciò che ci dà fastidio, mentalmente e fisicamente, esce sotto forma di fumo nero che si disintegra nello spazio. Ora con una mente rilassata e un corpo rilassato cerchiamo di rinfrescare la nostra motivazione. Non penso che nessuno di voi necessiti di suggerimenti, semplicemente cerchiamo di mantenere nella nostra mente che questa esistenza che abbiamo ora non è un giardino di delizie, vediamo tutto ciò che accade attorno a noi. Non è così, sia per quanto riguarda noi personalmente che il mondo esterno. E quindi dal momento che abbiamo una preziosa rinascita umana, dobbiamo fare il possibile per uscire da questa esistenza condizionata dal karma e ai difetti mentali. E non solo uscire per noi stessi, ma anche raggiungere uno stato di perfezione tale che ci permetta di poter guidare gli altri esseri, in particolare quelli che hanno una estrema connessione con noi. Quindi spendiamo qualche minuto su stabilire la corretta motivazione. E una volta stabilita la corretta motivazione, ovviamente abbiamo bisogno dell'aiuto da parte dell'oggetto di rifugio, cioè Buddha, Dharma e Sangha, altrimenti non possiamo sviluppare le nostre qualità. E quindi prendiamo rifugio, il rifugio esterno, e immaginiamo davanti a noi Buddha Chenrezig, il Buddha della compassione, come lo vediamo raffigurato di fronte a noi sul computer in questo momento. Immaginiamo che appunto è fatto di luce, ed è tridimensionale, non è piatto, è un essere vivente, realizzato, quindi non ha ostruzioni per quanto riguarda essere in contatto con noi, le ostruzioni le abbiamo noi, non Buddha Chenrezig. E quindi prendiamo rifugio. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, posso ottenere lo stato di completa maturazione, lo stato di Buddha, e da quello stato essere in grado di beneficiare tutti gli esseri, guidandoli fuori dalla samsara. Quindi, dopo aver preso rifugio, immaginiamo che raggi di luce provenienti dal cuore di Buddha Chenrezig pervadono l'intero spazio e quindi anche noi stessi, colmandoci di beatitudine. E ora recitiamo il mantra, immaginando appunto che il flusso di nettare proviene dal cuore di Buddha Chenrezig che pervade il nostro corpo, tonificando il nostro corpo e la nostra mente, per essere in grado di poter fare il lavoro che ci stiamo prefiggendo, quello di diventare Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri. Quindi recitiamo il mantra per una decina di minuti. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme mani padme mani. Om mani padme mani padme mani padme. Om mani padme mani padme mani padme. Om mani padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Quindi ora che abbiamo recitato, facciamo la preghiera, quella effettiva, e la recitiamo assieme con partecipazione e senza correre, però, come dire, concentrandoci sul significato. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei terrari supremi, con il potere del Dakin, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ed ora immaginiamo che Buddha Chenrezig di fronte a noi, dopo aver sentito questa preghiera, è molto compiaciuto e si assorbe dentro di noi nella solita modalità, si posa sul nostro capo, prende la dimensione di un pollice e entra dal nostro canale centrale fino a raggiungere il cuore, dove immaginiamo che c'è un fiore di loto a 8 petali, i quali 8 petali si rinchiudono come dire, proteggono Chenrezig dentro di noi, e la mente di Chenrezig e la nostra mente diventano come acqua nell'acqua, diventano inseparabili. E ora dedichiamo l'impegno che abbiamo profuso durante questa sessione e anche quello che abbiamo fatto precedentemente, ovviamente per prima cosa per la realizzazione della bodhicitta, che è la nostra motivazione è quella di diventare Buddha, per cui la dedichiamo affinché appunto la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorga in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata, la mente di bodhicitta, non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Poi per la realizzazione della vacuità, senza la quale non si può raggiungere lo stato di Buddha, Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del principio di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovviamente per i malati di ogni tipo di malattia, ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. per incontrare un perfetto guru in tutte le vite, possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, possa ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per essere sempre usati di esseri senzienti, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine e il legno da arte nelle foreste, posso essere sempre usato di esseri senzienti, esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. È importantissimo per considerare gli esseri senzienti molto preziosi, altrimenti non c'è modo di sviluppare né compassione, né bodhicitta, e nemmeno poter ottenere lo stato di Buddha. Posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita? Posso io considerare ancora di più che di me stesso? Posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me? Possono tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro? E quindi andiamo a fare la dedica, sigillando i meriti con la vacuità, per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, dai innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla sua parte, e guidati gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. E poi dedichiamo, come fece tutti i Buddha e i Bodhisattva del passato, come l'eroe Manjushri e come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirmi nel loro addestramento. E ora dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Poi dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjuna, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. E con questa dedica estendiamo la dedica a tutti i maestri che ci stanno guidando lungo il sentiero, tutti i maestri perfetti, dotati delle 10 qualità, che sono presenti in questo mondo e in tutti gli altri mondi, affinché vivano a lungo e possano portare a termine il loro compito di guidare gli esseri senzienti verso la liberazione finale. E ovviamente dal momento che siamo qua per questa pandemia, dedichiamo affinché questa finisca al più presto e che gli esseri durante tutto questo periodo riescano a trovare le forze dentro di sé per poter affrontare nel modo migliore e senza disperazione e senza terrore, come invece sta accadendo purtroppo per tante persone. E dedichiamo anche per tutti gli altri eventi che gli elementi stanno scatenando, in particolare appunto per le inondazioni dove ci sono, per i picchi di calore dove ci sono, per lo scioglimento dei ghiacci, per gli incendi che stanno devastando gran parte della terra, in Africa, in Europa, soprattutto in Italia, affinché tutto questo cessi al più presto. Ok, ringrazio tutti i presenti, grazie Irene per aver partecipato, avermi tenuto compagnia, e passo la mano a Venerabile Teccio che è qui presente.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Venerable, how are you?
Very well, how are you?
I'm okay, a little bit suffering for the heat, you know, it's a very, it's disturbing. And of course, like everything, you know, it happens in the right moment. My system of air condition just collapsed. So, so like that, you know, just like the toffee, you know.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, but anyway, it's impermanent, so it will change in a few days.
It will change, yes. And your air condition will be fixed.
Yeah, I asked and they said it has to be changed, but of course in Italy, when you are under around the middle of August, everything is closed. So so no way. I have to wait when it will be more fresh, then it will be substitute. Okay, it's like that. And you, teacher, how are
well.
you?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm well.
Good. So
okay.
I leave.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you to you. Happy to see you again and again.
Thank you.
Bye. Ciao a tutti.
So, hello, the Chenrezig Institute. Thank you so much, and the media team that you're doing this work every day, every week. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Venerable Damcho from the UK who is doing the administration. Thank you very much. And let us start all by thinking why we're doing this practice. What is this pandemic? If you know people that are sick or have died, think of all the lockdowns, financial problems, social issues, people that are struggling with things that they haven't struggled before. And we visualize all sentient beings in human form sitting around us. All the animals, the spirits, the hell beings, the gods, the demigods, all are in human form and all sitting around us. And we're taking refuge together. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of ghouls, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of ghouls, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of ghouls, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So, following meditation, I took from the Lama Yeshe Wisdom Archive the meditation of 1,000 Chenrezig that Lama Zopa Rinpoche gave in Madrid. So now we visualize 1,000 Chenrezig. Standing erect, very calm, very wise, very compassionate, 11 heads, 1,000 arms. In each hand there is an eye. The hand closest to the body hold implements. It's white in color, and it's adorned with jewels, silken garments, looking like an Indian prince. Now make a replica of this Chenrezig, the crown on each and every one of the sentient beings that we visualize around us, and yourself. On top of each one of us, there is a Chenrezig. Now nectar beams are emitting from 1,000 Chenrezig and entering into the body and mind. And these nectar beams are purifying sicknesses. And we have to remember that it is karma and defilements that collected from beginning its rebirth up to now. This is the cause of the sickness. The thing completely purified. We can think of the COVID-19 pandemic. People who are in lockdown, people who are in hospitals and respirators, people who are suffering mentally, physically, socially, financially. Same visualization of nectar beam that are emitting from 1,000-armed Chenrezig that is above the crown in each of one of us, and entering the body and mind of all sentient beings, completely purifying from any sickness and spirit harm. Lama Zopa says it's good to visualize their suffering as extensive as possible. All sentient beings are suffering. And that they are constantly being purified as we chant or recite the Chenrezig mantra. So with the nectar beams, we think of their terrible sufferings and their purification. And from the soul practice I took, the numberless hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals, asuras and suras, and the intermediate state beings, and all human beings, and especially those who are affected mentally, physically, financially, socially, from the COVID-19 pandemic, from all of whom I received all the past, present, and future happiness, are the most precious and most kind ones in my life. I must free them all from their suffering and its causes and bring them to compassion Buddha's enlightenment. To do this, I must achieve compassion Buddha's enlightenment. Therefore, the most important thing in my life is to develop great compassion. This is of utmost importance. Before we do the actual recitation, I'd like to recite 3 times the new name. Request. O our compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of your great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusion. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of your great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, compassionate eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of your great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. And with your permission, I would like to dedicate each one of the Om Mani Padme Hum that we will recite to the fulfillment of the holy wishes of our virtuous friends, His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Gyalpo Zopa Rinpoche, Chado Rinpoche, and others. Through the generation of loving kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killing and famine and diseases like the COVID-19 pandemic and the imbalance of the element in the world stop right now. So let's chant some mantras. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Please don't forget the visualization of 1,000 Chenrezig that is at the top of the head, emitting nectar beams that are purifying any sickness. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme I'd like to recite the actual prayer. And I will try to recite it 7 times. See how many we manage. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like the butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whom names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and pran, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from combat temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, innocent, the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of God's spirit, innocent of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading the animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, that like the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirit, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading the animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose name terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Sri Jewel, the power of the Kinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and fallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, innocence of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Sri Jewel, the power of the Kinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. And this will be the last recitation. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, innocence of the Buddha, that occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Sri Jewel, the power of the Kinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Now we can let go of the visualization of 1,000-armed Chenrezig. Dissolve it into a sphere of light that is absorbed into you, permeate your whole body. So we don't have much time, but I would like to remind us that His Holiness Dalai Lama said that it would be good to practice the green tower, to recite the green tower mantra, as many as possible during the day. So just think of green tower and do a few mantras. Om Tara Tu Tara Tu Vasa, Om Tara Tu Tara Tu Vasa, Om Tara Tara Tu Tara Tu Vasa, Om Tara Tu Tara Tu Vasa, Om Tara Tu Tara Tu Vasa, Om Tara Tu Tara Tu Tara Tu Tara Tu Vasa, Om 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 Tara Tu Tara Tu Vasa. Tara Tu Tara Tu Vasa, Om 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 Tara Tu T Taratoro Sam, Taratu Taratoro Sam, Taratu Taratoro Sam. territories. So, I'd like to start the dedication. First of all, for the sick. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. For meeting the Gurus and for Lama Zopa. In all my lives, never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities and grounds path, may I quickly attain the stage of Atadara. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacle be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Losang Japa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the bodhisattva's exemplary deeds, and the yoga of 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Due to the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, I am completely empty of existing from my own side. Fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhadra as well. Fully dedicate all my virtue with the dedication praise of the best, by the all gone beyond victorious ones the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. Due to the 3 types of merits of the 3 times, by myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one Losang Japa shine resplendent forever. May I and all others, as particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in bodhicitta, and live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha teaching. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born, arise, be that arisen, not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising and betraying. Seek your blessing to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And for the long lives of our teachers, His Own Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the severe small way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished the magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, 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 please live long. Thank you very much. And my sister, Venerable Ciliana.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Very well. Yes.
Okay. Good.
Just a little bit hot, but it's fine. You know, you're always complaining. Maybe it's too cold, maybe it's too hot. You know, just like you know, it's perfect now. Perfect, fine. Whichever. Okay. Everything is everybody's healthy there in Holanda.
Yeah, almost, yes.
Almost. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Take care.
Okay. Be well.
You too. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank the people at Chenrezig that have been so much supporting us in all this time, and there's more than a year, and without their support it would be very, very difficult for us. But you know, thanks to their dedication and work, we can manage to go on and on and on. We would have liked to already end this, but because of the pandemic will be over, but apparently it seems it's going to be again long time. And I thank you very much, Rezizo. Thank you very much to Venerable Damcho that is constantly supporting us and filling up all the spaces that are left empty. Ok, now I go back to Italian. Buongiorno a tutti quanti, prima di tutto ho voluto ringraziare lo staff del Chenrezig Institute in Australia che da un anno stanno sostenendo questa attività, ci aiutano tantissimo perché senza il loro aiuto, senza la loro collaborazione sarebbe stato molto difficile andare avanti, portare avanti questo impegno. Ok? Poi voglio ringraziare anche il venerabile Damcho che dall'Inghilterra coordina tutte quante le varie sessioni che ci sono nelle 24 ore, e quando non ci sono abbastanza persone che riempiono le varie sessioni interviene lui e le fa lui. Ok. Quindi ora possiamo cominciare con la nostra sessione e prima di tutto cerchiamo di stare comodi nella posizione, nella sessione di meditazione che facciamo adesso. La cosa più importante è avere la spina dorsale dritta, in modo che le ali possano fluire senza ostacoli, senza problemi. Senza ostacoli, senza problemi. Portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. E cerchiamo di generare una buona motivazione per la sessione che facciamo ora e anche per la nostra giornata. Abbiamo questa preziosa rinascita umana, dotata delle 8 libertà e 10 ricchezze. E non durerò a lungo. Ogni attimo che passa ci avviciniamo sempre di più al momento della nostra morte, e quando moriremo non sappiamo dove andremo a finire. È importante creare le cause ora per poter avere una buona morte e assicurarci di avere ancora una preziosa rinascita umana. Comunque la nostra motivazione non dovrebbe essere quella di ottenere una buona rinascita nelle vite future, e nemmeno quella di poter ottenere lo stato della liberazione da tutti quanti i problemi, quindi ottenere il nirvana, che è la cessazione di tutti quanti i problemi, rimane la pace per sempre. La nostra motivazione deve essere quella di lavorare, cercare di ottenere lo stato dell'illuminazione per essere di beneficio per tutti quanti gli esseri viventi ed essere in grado di condurre alla completa illuminazione. Quindi pensiamo che tutti quelli che hanno una connessione con noi, possiamo noi essere in grado di condurre alla completa illuminazione. Qualsiasi essere vivente che incontriamo, anche la più piccola formica, anche le persone che non sopportiamo.
Da tempo senza inizio abbiamo avuto connessione con tutti gli innumerevoli esseri viventi e tutti quanti sono stati nostra madre, nostro padre, fratello, sorella, marito, moglie, amici, nemici. Quindi immaginiamo tutti quanti gli esseri viventi intorno a noi. Alla nostra destra abbiamo tutti quanti gli esseri maschili, a partire dal nostro padre. Alla nostra sinistra abbiamo tutti quanti gli esseri femminili, a partire da nostra madre. Dietro di noi abbiamo le persone che sono i nostri amici e davanti a noi abbiamo coloro che noi consideriamo nemici, le persone che non riusciamo a sopportare, che sono effettivamente queste che ci porteranno allo stato di illuminazione. Pensiamo, davanti a noi abbiamo Guida Chenrezig, che può essere nell'aspetto di Thangtong Gyalpo, nell'aspetto a 1000 braccia, a 4 braccia, nell'aspetto del nostro maestro, Santità Dalai Lama, Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche, o qualsiasi maestro che ci ispiri infinito amore, infinita compassione. Immaginiamo che dal loro cuore si emanano infiniti raggi di luce che vanno a toccare noi stessi, tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. E purifichiamo così tutte quante le oscurazioni, eliminiamo tutte le oscurazioni. Mettiamo così il seme per ottenere l'illuminazione. E mentre pensiamo prendiamo rifugio, in realtà prendiamo rifugio al nostro stato di Buddha, quando noi diventeremo Buddha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Ora mentre recitiamo il mantra, immaginiamo che appunto nettare fluisce dal cuore di Chenrezig, il nostro guru, va a toccare noi e tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi. In particolare pensiamo a tutti quelli che stanno soffrendo adesso, in questo momento, per tutte quante le varie malattie, dal cancro, l'AIDS, il virus e tutte quante le altre malattie, e quelli che stanno sperimentando tutti quanti i vari problemi connessi alle malattie, coloro che non hanno più lavoro, e poi ancora a tutti quanti gli esseri che stanno soffrendo a causa dello squilibrio degli elementi che stiamo sperimentando nel mondo, elementi che sono completamente squilibrati, l'aria che alimenta il fuoco che distrugge la terra e l'acqua che inonda le città e la terra non riesce più a gestire l'acqua nelle varie città. Quindi tutti quanti gli esseri che stanno soffrendo in questo momento, possiamo noi essere in grado di portare sollievo a tutti quanti. Immaginiamo che una rete avvolge il nostro pianeta e anche tutti quanti gli altri universi dove ci sono gli esseri senzienti che stanno morendo, anche quelli che noi non riusciamo a vedere, nei vari stati di esistenza. Recitiamo così il mantra delle 6 sillabe. Recitando il mantra delle 6 sillabe purifichiamo il karma negativo nostro di tutti quanti gli esseri senzienti per rinascere negli inferni come spirito famelico, negli animali, come essere umano senza possibilità di incontrare il Dharma, Asura, Asura e anche tutti quanti gli esseri nello stato intermedio. Recitando il mantra mettiamo le impronte per realizzare le 6 paramita della moralità, della generosità, della pazienza, della concentrazione, dell'entusiasmo, della saggezza. Purifichiamo i veleni mentali del rancore, dell'attaccamento, dell'ignoranza, della gelosia, dell'orgoglio. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani per me, 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 mani per me. Oh, mani per me, 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 mani per me. Oh, mani per me, 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 mani per me. Oh, mani per me, 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 mani per me. Oh, mani per me, 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 mani per me. Oh, mani per me, 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 mani per me. Oh, mani per me, 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 mani per me. Oh, money per me, 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 oh. No money per me, oh 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 money per me, no money per me, oh 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 money per me, money per me, oh money per me, oh money per me, oh money per me,
Oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per me, oh. Ora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo. Pensando veramente al significato di queste parole. Possono tutte le malattie e caratteristiche nelle menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti grandi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che è come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separare il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, i cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione del Guru, dei Clerari supremi, con i poteri dei Dakini, protettori dei Dhammi, dei guardiani, con le forze di infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie e caratteristiche nei menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gradi, dalle malattie, dai butti degli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, di cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi, interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano usati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione del Guru e dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei Dakini, dei protettori dei Dhamma, dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie e caratteristiche nei menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal cambio da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti grandi, dalle malattie, dai butti degli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta a un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yam, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere. Siano dati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei dakini, dei protettori del Dhamma, dei guardiani, con la forza di infallibilità del Kama e dei suoi risultati. Possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora facciamo le strofe di dedica, abbiamo abbastanza tempo per farle tutte quante. Per realizzare bodhicitta, possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorge in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi di perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa, effetto e origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato e il pensiero di Nagarjuna che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Poi per i malati, ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Per incontrare il perfetto Guru in tutte le vite, possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da Guru perfetti, posso godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri, posso ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara, finché la Tsongkhapa sia il nostro Guru Mahayana. Per la forza vittoriosa Tsongkhapa che agisce come nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana, in tutte le nostre vite possiamo non allontanarci mai neppure per un secondo dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei due stadi delle supreme beatitudini Bhakti. Per essere sempre usati agli altri esseri senzienti, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine e il legno d'arte nelle foreste, possa io essere sempre usata dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possono tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Posso io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi o ricordarmi e anche toccando e parlando con me, posso chiunque io veda, io senta, di cui io mi ricordi, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuota di esistere dalla sua parte e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola che sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte. dedicare come fecero i Buddha e i Bodhisattva del passato, come l'eroe Manjushri e come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose. Nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguire il loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema di tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei 3 tempi per avere una condotta pura. Affinché il sentiero del Dhamma e del Re del Dharma sono capo prosperi, possono tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati, tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei 2 tipi di meriti dei 3 tempi, di me stesso e degli altri, possono gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Rasantrap illuminare e splendere per sempre. Ora dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e pensiamo anche a tutti quanti gli altri maestri che ci indicano la strada. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Poi per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiorgatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa e immaginata, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere, che onorano i 3 supremi, salvatori miei e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore, vivi a lungo. Ringrazio a tutti di aver partecipato a questa sessione della maratona di preghiera e dedichiamo appunto per tutti quanti questi esseri viventi che stanno soffrendo in tutto il mondo, affinché proprio cambi la mente degli esseri viventi e che ci possa essere la pace e che l'ignoranza che pervade la mente di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, in particolare i leader del mondo, possono cambiare la loro mente e aiutare affinché ci possa essere veramente un momento di tranquillità nel mondo e che le malattie possano esaurirsi. Allora, adesso le preghiere in italiano oggi continueranno alle 9:30, poi alle 10:30, poi alle 19:30. E noi ci vediamo o mercoledì con la sessione di Pola, che fa un corso sull'introduzione al Tantra aperto a tutti. Non occorre avere realizzazioni, non occorre avere delle iniziazioni, semplicemente si possono seguire le sessioni anche non continuativamente. È un corso veramente molto, molto interessante. E quindi ora lascio la parola a Sondro. Buongiorno, good morning. Good morning, Sondro.
Hello.
Hello, everything okay?
Yeah, everything good, everything good.
Okay.
I hope I don't interrupt the Italian sessions.
No, I just, I will always finish informing people when they can reach again the other Italian session that are going on during the day. And that's it, I finished already. Now is the time is for you, okay? Have a nice session, bye, bye,
Thank
ciao,
you for
ciao,
leading. Okay.
ciao, ciao.
Yeah, sorry, I cannot do it in Italian, of course, so I have to switch to English now. And yeah, again, a special thank you for Chenrezig Institute for organizing this technical things, and especially also for everybody leading. And maybe we can take a few minutes to re-establish our motivation. And of course, we are doing this practice especially to pacify this coronavirus and all the consequences happening due to it. And maybe especially by remembering how it feels when we are ourselves sick, or we might have known somebody who has died, who is close to us. And by remembering all the pain that comes with that, I think we can open up our heart and develop some compassion for the people that have been sick or have died from coronavirus. And of course, there are also many other sufferings arising due to this virus, especially due to the precautions we have to take to pacify this virus, to get a strong hold of it. Some people could not see their families for quite a while, some people could not work, some people lost their jobs. Mental illnesses are rising due to that, problems in the family. So many problems arising due to these kind of things. And maybe we can remember how we saw ourselves or the people we were close to were affected by coronavirus, and maybe still are. And open up our hearts for these beings. Develop some compassion. And maybe we can widen our perspective by remembering all other people who are sick due to the virus sickness that are in the world. The people that have died from sicknesses. And dedicate our practice also for these beings. And also slowly widen our perspective towards all sentient beings that are experiencing all kinds of sufferings, especially the sufferings of aging, sickness, and death. But also the suffering of change. And even if we have it for once, it's not secure that we'll have it in the future. And especially can try to generate compassion towards ourselves and others as we experiencing all the phases suffering, and we continuously, without any control, reborn within samsara due to our negative actions and the afflictions that are causing these negative actions. As these afflictions are causing our negative actions, and these negative actions causing our sufferings, our negative experiences, and the afflictions are rooted basically in ignorance. The fact that we grasping for phenomena and ourselves, especially to exist inherently from our outside, And maybe we can take a few seconds to remember that all phenomena are, and we ourselves are lacking inherent existence. And can go through reasoning in our minds ourselves. And by that, seeing that our ignorance has no stable basis. It's not in accordance with reality. Therefore, we can overcome our ignorance. And when we can overcome our ignorance, we can overcome our other afflictions. And by that, stop causing negative actions. And by causing negative actions, this also causes the cessation. Causing the cessation of negative actions, this also causes the cessation of our negative experiences. And the Buddha, in his kindness, due to his compassion, offered teachings how to reach a state completely free of afflictions, and endowed with all the qualities of a Buddha. And maybe you can try to dedicate this practice, especially to go along this path and reach the final goal of enlightenment for ourselves and for all other sentient beings, to freedom from suffering. And as we are not able to benefit all sentient beings in the most marvelous way, the most beneficial way, as long as we are not fully enlightened, we can maybe remember the wonderful qualities of a Buddha. The mind of a Buddha that knows all phenomena without exception in the conventional ultimate aspect of one single instant, one single mind, and his impartial compassion that has no self-cherishing whatsoever, but only wishes to benefit all sentient beings. And also his wonderful body, 112 major and minor marks of a Buddha. But also especially his speech, with which he means to free all sentient beings, from samsara and lead them to full enlightenment. And when we imagine these qualities of a Buddha appearing in front of us in the form of Buddha Shakyamuni and the refuge field, and with aspiration of achieving these qualities ourselves, we can do the prayers and take refuge. Yeah, I don't have it on my screen, sorry. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, siddhams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, siddhams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. all sentient beings, Mama so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, sedums, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds with Dhammakaya. And then we can recite one mala of Om Mani Padme Hum mantra by remembering the visualization of Avalokiteshvara or totally Gyalpo. And at his heart stands the roots of the mantra. From that light rays emanate towards us and all of us living beings, freeing us from all sufferings and their causes, and endowing us with all qualities of a Buddha. And with that visualization, we can do one mala of his mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And then I will do an actual prayer 3 times before I start the next round. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as forbade and placed inside the mob of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are, due to disturbance of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the free jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, but results from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the free jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. All sentient beings, Mamavas, who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, Mamavas, who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, Mamavas, who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And we can again do one mile of Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, but results from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Kara spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrifying beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Kara spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrifying beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Kara spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrifying beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we can do a shorter word round. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And again, one mana of the Om mantra, remember the visualization. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrifying beings, as though they had the place inside the mouth of the armor of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these indications and prayers be fulfilled. And then we can try to remember the motivation for this practice, especially to pacify the coronavirus and its consequences. Maybe we can now remember all the people that very kindly help us to overcome this, especially the people working in the hospitals. And dedicate our merits towards full enlightenment for the sake of leading all sentient beings to enlightenment and freeing them from their suffering. And with that awareness, we can now dedicate the practice. May the precious body mind not yet born arise and grow. May that born have no decline, but increase forevermore. And of course, we also want to dedicate this practice for the long life of all our teachers, especially His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Kangre rawe korwe shinkam der pentang der wa malue jungwe Chenrezig wang tenzin gyatsoy shape simte bartu tengyue tuep tsu chang jing jam gun gyelwe tenzin kyong baowe kunze do poze Chutsun kuwelek mentu ada suagduje kuntua shabten. Okay, thank you very much.
Dashidele.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How are you? How are you doing?
Oh,
How are you doing?
fine. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful.
Hi.
Thank you. Thank you for taking over. Okay.
Ciao. Good luck.
Yeah. Do you too? Do you too? Good luck.
Thank you.
You too.
Ciao. Buongiorno, Antonella. No, non vedo altre persone. Comunque, buongiorno alle persone che sono in linea in questo momento, che non vedo, magari c'è qualcuno in YouTube, non ho idea. Spero che mi sentite. Allora, questa mattina ancora ci siamo alzati e abbiamo ancora la preziosa rinascita umana. Ciao Livio, benvenuti.
Buongiorno, buongiorno
Buongiorno
Lucia.
Livio, buongiorno, siamo ancora vivi e viva e viva. Allora abbiamo ancora ogni istante preziosissimo, ogni istante ci ricorda la nostra preziosa rinascita umana, più preziosa di un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri. Si dice che anche fare un solo piccolo mangia che ti umani per me con la preziosa rinascita umana, pensando di incrementare la nostra attitudine compassionevole, ecco, è incommensurabile beneficio. Quindi questa mezz'ora che noi utilizziamo per compiacere i nostri guru, i nostri maestri, Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, e anche tutti i nostri maestri, anche i nostri cari parenti, genitori e tutti gli esseri che in questo momento stanno veramente soffrendo inconcepibile sofferenza, delle persone implicate che sono in questo momento, diciamo, che soffrono così tanto. E ecco, noi facciamo qualche cosa pensando di incrementare il nostro fiducia nel potere del cuore, dell'amore, della compassione. Ecco, questo è un incredibile aiuto che noi diamo sia a noi stessi che agli altri. Quindi visualizziamo nello spazio davanti a noi il nostro caro maestro. Nell'aspetto umano possiamo pensarlo comunque, il suo corpo è un corpo di luce, quindi si manifesta per noi, ha un amore per noi incommensurabile, fortissimo. Immaginiamolo nello spazio davanti a noi, possiamo immaginare anche infiniti altri Buddha e Bodhisattva, anche altri maestri come Gesù, altri maestri di altre scuole, di altre tradizioni, e immaginiamo il nostro padre a destra e la nostra madre a sinistra, immaginiamo i nostri cari sorelle, fratelli, figli, che sono tutti intorno a noi, e pensiamo con grande intensità che per alleviare tutto il dolore, tutta la sofferenza, devo veramente prendermi cura e prendermi cura di me stesso, perché se non mi prendo cura di me stesso non posso prendermi cura degli altri, no? Quindi senza questo, senza aiutare, senza la fiducia del cuore, dell'amore, della compassione, della saggezza, allora anche se molte persone ci aiutano non serve, no? Quindi dobbiamo veramente noi prenderci cura di noi, e così possiamo veramente beneficiare tutti gli esseri che incontriamo con le nostre potenzialità. E quindi prendiamo adesso dal profondo del cuore rifugio. In cosa prendiamo rifugio? No? In realtà prendiamo rifugio nel potenziale, il nostro potenziale illuminato, il nostro potenziale virtuoso. È quello che ci dà il vero rifugio, la vera protezione. Quindi prendiamo rifugio, immaginiamo che infiniti raggi di luce nel cuore, nel chakra del cuore del nostro guru, vengono e entrano in tutto il nostro corpo, in tutte le cellule del nostro corpo. Immaginiamo questa luce potentissima, è come un laser, e manda via tutte le impronte negative del nostro corpo, delle azioni del nostro corpo, della nostra parola e della nostra mente, e non solo nostra, ma pensiamo questi raggi di luce sono così potenti che immaginiamo che tutti gli esseri ricevono questi potenti raggi di luce e purificano tutte le azioni contaminate del loro corpo, parola e mente. tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio, prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità di meditazione dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel glorioso Guru, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità di meditazione delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità di meditazione delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Ora immaginiamo che il nostro Guru viene sulla sommità della nostra testa, diventa piccolo piccolo, se preferite lo lasciate sulla sommità della testa, il Guru, oppure diventa piccolo piccolo e viene a posarsi al chakra del nostro cuore. È come una potentissima luce nel nostro cuore, si unisce alla nostra mente e dal chakra del nostro cuore, in unione con la mente del Guru, infiniti raggi di luce si emanano e pervadono tutte le persone intorno a noi e tutte le persone, piano piano si allarga questa luce, pervade tutto il pianeta. Mentre recitiamo il mantra della compassione, Mani Padme Hum, o se preferiamo tenere il Guru sommità nella testa, allora immaginiamo che dal suo cuore la stessa cosa, si emanano infiniti raggi di luce di compassione e saggezza, amore, e tutti gli esseri vengono pervasi dalla luce e quindi tutti i loro problemi, malattie vengono completamente diciamo guariti, soprattutto guariti dall'attitudine che più ci danneggia, che è l'egocentrismo, la fonte di tutti i nostri problemi. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Omani Padme, Omani Padme, Omani Padme, Omani Padme, Omani Padme. Immaginiamo che questi raggi di luce che abbiamo emanato dal nostro cuore, dal nostro cuore di nostro maestro, si riassorbono nel nostro cuore e il nostro cuore diventa vasto come l'oceano. Molto il nostro amore, la nostra compassione sono incrementati tantissimo. Tutta la sofferenza che esiste, che noi vediamo nel mondo, è qualcosa che ci riguarda personalmente. Non è qualcosa che è fuori di noi, solo fuori di noi. Come appare. Adesso facciamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, che grandissimi benefici. Possono tutte le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano in un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorge nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre, per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle 80.000 tipi di interferenze, dai 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi e che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere venire totalmente pacificate e possa corpo e mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione del Guru e dei 3 gioielli, per il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, e per la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche e preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Diciamo ancora, possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure danni arrecati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, mai sorgere nel reame del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano in un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre, per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dagli 80.000 tipi di interferenze, dai 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi e che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, venire totalmente pacificate e possa il corpo e mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione dei Guru e dei 3 gioielli, per il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, per la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche e preghiere a essere esaudite appena espresse. Adesso facciamo la dedica. Per i meriti accumulati che sono vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, che possa io che sono vuota di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere velocemente l'illuminazione che è vuota di esistere dalla sua parte e condurre tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato nell'illuminazione, io stessa e da sola. Lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, nel paese circondato da montagne innevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità. Potenze Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, ti prego di rimanere fino alla fine del samsara. Preghiera lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu che detieni l'etica del suo giocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e dissemini la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath. Tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere, che onorano i tre gioielli, salvatori miei e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, per favore, vivi a lungo. Possa la mente preziosa dell'illuminazione, che non ha ancora sorto a sorgere, svilupparsi, quella che è già sviluppata possa non diminuire mai, ma crescerci sempre più. A causa di queste virtù, possa io diventare rapidamente un Guru Buddha e guidare a questo stato ogni essere vivente senza alcuna eccezione. Dedichiamo ogni virtù accumulata al beneficio degli insegnamenti e di tutti gli esseri migratori, in special modo affinché gli insegnamenti del venerabile Losandrapa possa splendere per sempre. Intanto che ci sarà lo spazio, fintanto che esisteranno gli esseri senzienti, possa esserci anch'io, per dissolvere la sofferenza del mondo. Quindi abbiamo concluso questa pratica e c'è un grandissimo beneficio. Fare questa pratica è un anello di una catena che diventa estremamente potente e forte e ha grandissimi benefici. Vi ringrazio tanto e vi auguro tutto il meglio, il bene. Ciao Irene, ciao Livio e ci vediamo, maybe, la prossima
Ciao Tessidele Lucia, grazie.
Ciao Irene, ciao Livio.
Ciao Lucia.
Ciao Antonella. Buona giornata a tutti voi, grazie.
Grazie a voi, grazie.
Grazie.
Hola Lucia, come va?
Hola, tutto in dorma, Paloma.
¿Has visto el Buda?
Begonia, ciao.
¿Has visto Estoy en Dorje Pamo, con el monasterio.
Es muy bello.
Es muy bello. Para retiro perfecto, maravilloso, muy bien, tranquilo,
sí, muy bien,
para estudiar, fantástico.
Gracias,
sí,
me lo dices, gracias. Muchas gracias.
Vale la pena venir un poquito. Claro,
gracias.
Claro que sí, de vez en cuando. Vale, va bene, Lucia.
Gracias.
Bye.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias,
Ciao Begonia, ciao, tutto in dorma. Hasta luego, Nagarjuna.
Hasta luego, Lucia.
Ciao.
Vale.
Ciao.
Vale. Ok, pues un saludo a los venerables, Begoña, Drolma, Fabio. Como veis, hoy he podido cambiar el entorno. Estamos aquí en el monasterio de Ordiepamo, en Francia. Ya os dije el otro día que es un sitio maravilloso. Hay viviendo 4 compañeras. Puntualmente viene alguna más. Y bueno, esperaros, también tengo que decir que tengo aquí ahora a una meditando con sus auriculares, pero amablemente me ha dejado estar aquí para que podamos ver el monasterio. Mirar un poquito. A ver, ahí la tenemos meditando. El paisaje es hermosísimo. Y ahí tenemos, a ver, una estupa. El altar se está construyendo todavía poco a poco. Hay muchos proyectos y bueno, pues nada, quería compartir con vosotros esta experiencia, porque así es lo bello cuando se comparte es más bello, ¿no? Entonces, para que seamos todos más contentos. Bueno, niños, pues thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute, whoever today is helping. Gracias a los compañeros de Chenrezig, que sin ellos no podríamos continuar con este maratón, y por supuesto muchísimas gracias. Todos tenemos que sentirnos agradecidos a Lama Zopa Rinpoche por ofrecernos esta oportunidad de hacer algo por los seres y en definitiva por nosotros mismos a través de estas prácticas. Recordemos no solamente la pandemia, estamos en samsara, cada vez es más obvio el sufrimiento del sufrimiento, cada vez se disimula menos porque hay todo tipo de conflictos, ¿no? Fijaros los incendios que tenemos, los desastres naturales, los conflictos de inmigración y población, es doloroso. Entonces tenemos que sentirnos muy, muy afortunados de haber encontrado a su santidad el Dalai Lama, de haber encontrado a Lama Zopa Rinpoche, a los maestros y haber encontrado el Dharma Mahayana que nos habla de la bodhicitta. Es una pasada esta oportunidad. Y quería compartir con vosotros una o dos frases del nuevo libro que se ha publicado de Lama Yese y Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Está en inglés, espero que pronto será en castellano. Y desde luego hay que comprárselo cuando esté, es Meditaciones del Lanrim para un año. Entonces, cada día está estructurado con una frase y una meditación de los puntos del Lanrim. Y hoy, abriendo al azar, me sale una frase de Lama Yese que dice: satisfacernos y regocijarnos con cualquier pequeño progreso que hagamos. Entonces, bueno, yo creo que es bueno que lo tengamos esto en mente, porque siempre vemos las cosas en negativo, ¿no? Lo mal que lo hacemos, lo mucho, bueno, yo por lo menos no sé, lo mal que lo hacemos, lo mucho que nos falta, y no nos damos cuenta de que, bueno, poco a poco, trabajando, estamos también mejorando, ¿vale? Pero también que hay algo que también Rinpoche nos dice, a ver si lo tengo aquí a mano, porque ya os digo, está todo el Lanrim estructurado con cada uno de los puntos. Y en uno de ellos dice, a ver, ¿cuál era? A ver, one moment, Sansara. Bueno, pues este era otro el que quería decir, pero dice, bueno, el que quería hablar era uno que decía: pasamos de vida en vida como un monje, como un mono salta de rama en rama. Es decir, que en lo que estén las causas para el sufrimiento sansárico y para el renacimiento sansárico, vamos a continuar tomando un cuerpo de agregados contaminados, como humanos, como animal o en cualquiera de los reinos de existencia, y por eso tenemos que generar y cuanto antes esa renuncia, ese deseo de salir de la existencia cíclica. Aquí Lama Zopa Rinpoche nos dice, Sansara puede parecer atractivo desde fuera, pero necesitamos ver el veneno que subyace en los placeres samsáricos, ¿ok? Porque es precisamente debido al apego y a no ver ese veneno que seguimos esclavizándonos al sufrimiento. Entonces, bueno, vamos a estar unos momentos en silencio, intentamos generar ese corazón abierto y esa actitud responsable hacia los seres, nuestras madres que no tienen la fortuna que nosotros tenemos, habiendo encontrado el Dharma, y podamos generar esa aspiración y, si podemos, la determinación de hacer nuestra vida significativa practicando la moralidad, esforzándonos en desarrollar un buen corazón, y cultivar el camino para así poder ser de verdadera ayuda y beneficio para los seres. Permanecemos en silencio intentando que se asiente esta motivación en nuestro corazón. Y que este abrir nuestro corazón a los seres nos conmueva cuando contactamos con su sufrimiento y nos dé la energía para decir, tengo que rescatarlos, como dice la Zopa Rinpoche, con el coraje de por mí mismo solo. Y bueno, si os da mucho miedo, pues con la ayuda de los budas, pero que tenemos que desarrollar ese coraje, ¿ok? Entonces, visualizamos a los seres a nuestro alrededor, pensar en vuestro padre y hermanos, estén en este u otros reinos, a la derecha, vuestra madre y hermanas o miembros femeninos de vuestras familias a la izquierda. Las personas con las que nos llevamos bien, tenemos más afinidad detrás de nosotros. Y por delante aquellas con las que tenemos roces, dificultades, hemos tenido problemas. Rodeados por la infinidad de seres, tanto de este reino humano, pensemos tanto en los diferentes seres, en los diferentes continentes y situaciones tan dolorosas. Los seres del reino animal, atemorizados, protegiendo su vida, padeciendo todo tipo de miedos y sufrimientos. Los seres de los reinos inferiores, pretas, reino infernal, experimentando sufrimientos difíciles de contemplar. Y los que están en los reinos superiores, que aunque no experimentan el sufrimiento del sufrimiento, pero están consumiendo sus méritos y cuando acabe esos renacimientos siguen atados al samsara y seguirán dando vueltas en renacimientos de dolor. Y contemplemos también los que están en el estado intermedio. Entonces, por todos ellos hacemos esta práctica. Tenemos la bendición, la guía de Guru Chenrezig, su santidad el Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, en la que se lanzan nuestros maestros manifestándose como el gran compasivo, con ese rostro bondadoso, cuya mera contemplación ya te da tranquilidad, seguridad, sosiego. Entonces tomamos refugio. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en la sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Y al recitar el mantra de Chenrezig visualizamos que desde su sagrado cuerpo, emanando desde el corazón, desde la sílaba semilla del mantra, se impregna todo su cuerpo, se irradian rayos de luz que llegan a todos y cada uno de los seres. Te llega a ti, a los que están ahora en los hospitales o en sus casas o atemorizados por cualquier circunstancia difícil, llega a todos y cada uno de los seres de los diferentes reinos, y al contacto con esa energía de Chenrezig limpia totalmente todos nuestros miedos, nuestros oscurecimientos, el karma negativo, enfermedades, causas de enfermedades, especialmente la actitud egocéntrica, que es el demonio del egocentrismo, y el aferramiento al yo. Y recitamos el mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. Seguimos recitando el mantra en silencio, manteniendo dejarnos impregnar por la energía luminosa, la compasión, la bondad, la sabiduría de Guru Chenrezig, especialmente pensando en los que están pasando momentos más difíciles, tanto por problemas físicos, emocionales, mentales, las diferentes preocupaciones, y nos centramos también en aquellos con los que tenemos una conexión kármica más cercana, siendo conscientes de que la energía de Chenrezig les llega, les limpia, les colma y hace que salga todo lo más puro que impregne sus corazones. Seguimos recitando el mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Piensa que tanto tú como todos los seres hemos sido todos nuestros oscurecimientos, negatividades, causas de enfermedades, todo se ha limpiado totalmente y nuestro cuerpo está y mente resplandeciente con la energía de la bondad, la compasión, la sabiduría de Guru Chenrezig. Y recitamos la oración, si la encuentro, a ver. Yes. Okay. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen, recordar de mirar la imagen, todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades, que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama al Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar, por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, enfermedades y elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo y el espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Tercera y última repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades, que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la Muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar, por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Hacemos la súplica a Chenrezig. Oh Aria de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar inigualable, vasta y profunda, con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión. Te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas y, por favor, condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes al campo de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Entonces, visualizamos que una réplica de Guru Chenrezig viene a tu coronilla, así como a la coronilla de cada uno de los seres. Piensa especialmente en aquellos que están pasando momentos más difíciles, ya sea en este reino humano y por supuesto en el resto de los reinos de existencia. Entonces una réplica se absorbe en cada uno de los seres y al morar en nuestro corazón todas las negatividades, oscurecimientos, toda la actitud egocéntrica, la ignorancia se erradica totalmente y quedamos impregnados morando en esta naturaleza pura, compasiva de la mente de Guru Chenrezig. Nos hacemos uno con su sagrada mente. Y nos determinamos a protegerla, a no enturbiarla, a no oscurecerla y a poder manifestarla en todas nuestras actividades y acciones de cuerpo, palabra y mente. Nos regocijamos de los méritos y dedicamos. Venerable Drolma, por favor, ¿puedes dedicar? A ver, Drolma, el micrófono.
No sé qué.
Ya.
Que a través de estos méritos puedan todos los obstáculos que hemos creado para vivir en esta época degenerada y experimentar todos los procedimientos, especialmente desde la pandemia, sean totalmente purificados, así como todos los sufrimientos de los elementos y toda clase de enfermedades. Que pueda también crecer la suprema joya de la bodichita, del amor y la compasión en la mente de todos los seres.
Millones de gracias. Venerable Begoña, retransmitiendo en directo desde el monasterio de Orjepamo. A ver.
Bueno, pues se quiero dedicar para que todos los desastres naturales que se están convirtiendo en habituales ya, pues puedan cesar. Esto es debido al maltrato que hemos tenido del planeta y que seguimos teniendo, o sea que para que los gobiernos sean, y las personas en particular también sean conscientes de que debemos de cuidar la casa donde vivimos, que es este planeta, y darla a nuestros descendientes pues bien y sano, ¿no? Y nada, y que todos los maestros tengan buena salud y puedan impartir enseñanzas en directo lo antes posible.
Fenomenal. ¿Y venerable Fabioski?
Pues yo dedico para que podamos recibir muy pronto de manera presencial de nuestros maestros sus enseñanzas en nuestros lugares y podamos verlos lo antes posible.
Pues entonces nos regocijamos que podamos por estos méritos generar la preciosísima mente de la bodhicitta que no ha nacido, que pueda surgir y crecer sin nunca disminuir, sin aumentar más y más. Dedicamos muy especialmente por el florecimiento de las diferentes comunidades de Dharma, especialmente de la Sangha, tanto aquí en Francia, en España, en Italia, en los diferentes lugares, y que todos nuestros centros de la FPMT, así como las diferentes organizaciones benéficas, podamos tener siempre todos los medios, tanto a nivel humano, material y espiritual, para poder seguir ofreciendo la ayuda a los seres, y que en todas nuestras vidas, nosotros y todos los seres, especialmente nuestros familiares, podamos volver a encontrar maestros Mahayana plenamente cualificados, recibir el sagrado Dharma, practicarlo con pureza y diligencia y lograr rápidamente la iluminación. Pensemos especialmente en los que están pasándolo ahora muy mal por la enfermedad o por desastres naturales o por carencia de trabajo, o los que están pues abandonando esta vida, o los que están en los reinos inferiores, que puedan todas las condiciones ser propicias y que tengan renacimientos en tierras puras o renacimientos humanos perfectos, encontrar maestros Mahayana cualificados y llevando a cabo aquello que les complace, logran rápidamente la iluminación. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad, poderoso Chenrezig sin Gyalpo, que llevas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del suyugador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Manjunat, y que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas, Salvador mío y los demás tus discípulos, te lo ruego, ten una vida larga. Y lo dejamos, que veo que está
Cristiana esperando.
Ya estamos dispuesta a arrancar desde el coche a la iluminación. Cristiana, hello.
Hello, dear.
You are ready to go with the car to enlightenment, Cristiana?
Yes. Woo.
Como veis,
Okay.
las bodhisattvas tienen muchos medios, hasta desde el coche nos lleva a la iluminación.
Yes. Yeah. I didn't have any other way. So this is the way. And I tell you, in front of me, there is the police.
Wow.
And I am here in a no parking way, in a no parking. I had stopped the car in a no parking place, and they don't touch me. They don't tell me anything.
How is the fires? How are the fires in Sicilia? How are the fires?
It's very bad, very bad. I mean, very bad, very bad.
Qué pena, por Dios.
They continue to destroy, to burn up, and so it's better not to say, but it is very better not to indulge in complaints, but it's very bad.
Yes.
Thank you.
Claro. Okay.
Yeah, this is the generation times, and we don't have to suppose that this is this world of ours is peaceful and pleasant, and everything is good. It's like this.
Yes.
Also about also other places. Okay. Thank you, dear.
Enjoy your session. Y bienvenida a Australia de nuevo, Drolma, que ya estás en casa otra vez. Bye, nice session.
Ciao a tutti. Ciao a todos.
A las 9, sesión, a las 9, acordaros. Ok, ciao.
Ciao, grazie. Allora, questa è una meditazione on the road. Io sono letteralmente in mezzo a una strada, mi sono fermata in un punto dove c'è ombra, perché non avevo altra scelta. Non è un punto dove si può parcheggiare, ma ho i vigili davanti e non mi stanno dicendo niente. Strano, va bene, finché dura. Ragazzi, allora facciamo questa meditazione che è come al solito rivolta ai problemi, alle difficoltà, ai conflitti, alla sofferenza
in cui incappiamo tutti noi esseri senzienti, se ne finisce una ne comincia un'altra, ne finisce una ne comincia un'altra. E Buddha, cioè gli esseri illuminati, adesso Buddha, uno dice ma vabbè, e Buddha sta là e noi stiamo qua. Gli esseri illuminati sono insieme a noi in questa situazione, cioè in quello che dottrinalmente si chiama samsara. Sono insieme a noi, ma ne vedono la vacuità, non si afferrano alla negatività. Noi ci afferriamo a ciò che vogliamo sia positivo e ci afferriamo a ciò che invece ci arriva come negativo. È tutto un afferrarsi e quindi questa è la radice del ciclo del samsara. Gli esseri illuminati che sono qui con noi anche adesso, sia in forma, diciamo così, non visibile a noi, sia in forma ben visibile a noi, come i maestri, come Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e altri, ecco, per loro non c'è afferrarsi e quindi non c'è ciclo di sofferenza. Quindi la cosa importante che dobbiamo fare in questo caso è rinforzare, cioè continuare a mettere semi, continuare a porre cause per generare sia noi che gli altri l'abbandono della radice della sofferenza, che è l'afferrarsi alle manifestazioni ordinarie. Ora, per esempio, io ho tutto intorno dove il mio posto di ritiro sta andando tutto in fiamme, popolazioni intere distrutte, non dal fuoco pochi, un paio sono morti di esseri umani, ma la loro vita è distrutta, loro vivono di allevamenti e di coltivazioni, tutto a pezzi. E la situazione non è solo qui così grave, è anche in altre parti della Sicilia, è anche in Monte, è anche in Grecia. In Grecia ha preso molte abitazioni anche. Quindi io sono circondata da questi segnali di che cosa sia la sofferenza del samsara e ovviamente non avendo realizzazioni la sola cosa saggia che posso fare è mettere le cause per ottenerle. E per voi è lo stesso, se anche voi vivete in un posto non toccato da sofferenze così terribili, la vostra tendenza sarà di generare una compassione impotente, una compassione lamentosa, poverini, cosa si può fare? Oppure addirittura una compassione arrabbiata, poverini, governo ladro, che non sarebbe poi una cosa del tutto inappropriata in questo caso, perché la gravità di queste cose di questi incendi dipende anche dal fatto che non si è più voluto finanziare la prevenzione degli incendi. Va bene, quindi comunque tra governo ladro e poverini e una scorza di indifferenza che anche le persone buone sono costrette a generare, perché non ci si può proprio credere a questa storia, così come non si può proprio credere ai lager in Libia, insomma non si possono credere tante cose molto, molto tristi, molto brutte, e quindi poiché non si possono credere si genera indifferenza. Tutte queste sono reazioni che perpetuano il ciclo di sofferenza, cioè la compassione lamentosa, la compassione arrabbiata, l'indifferenza, diciamo così, l'indifferenza malata. E tutti abbiamo reazioni di questo tipo. La sola cosa che possiamo fare perché questa situazione cambi, a meno di non essere vigili del fuoco, governanti, che allora è un altro discorso, ma non tocca a noi parlarne adesso. Altrimenti la cosa più utile che possiamo fare è generare i semi, mettere cause per smettere di afferrarsi a questa realtà ordinaria. Ok, bene, ora che questo è stato chiarito, cominciamo la pratica. E nel frattempo, essendo in macchina, io ho cercato di ritrovare la preghiera del rifugio e ancora non c'è eccola, l'ho ritrovata. Però non ve la posso mettere in condivisione perché ce l'ho su un tablettino che non è collegato in internet, bla bla. Invece adesso vi sto parlando dal cellulare. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Allora, anche qui, non siamo solo noi buddisti o comunque persone spirituali che prendiamo rifugio in chi ha ottenuto il risveglio. Tutti prendono rifugio in chi li può aiutare. Tutti, le formiche. Guardate una formica quando cercate di aiutarla, come in qualche modo si fida. Le formiche, gli esseri umani che non praticano che non intendono praticare alcun sentiero spirituale, tutti prendono rifugio in chi li può aiutare. E chi è che può aiutare massimamente? Chi ha ottenuto la liberazione completa dalla sofferenza e la perfetta capacità di aiutare gli altri. Ok, quindi tutti gli esseri senzienti insieme a noi prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, cioè insetti, spiriti, eccetera. Poi faremo questa meditazione sugli spiriti. Continuiamo la presa di rifugio. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, che l'abbiamo già chiarito, nel Dharma, cioè nei suoi insegnamenti, perché Buddha come persona e tutti gli esseri risvegliati come persone non possono liberarci dalla nostra oscurità mentale se non siamo noi a praticare in modo tale che questo succeda. Ok? Gli esseri risvegliati manifestano miracoli, ma per farci avere fede in quello che poi comunque insegnano. L'insegnamento è il vero miracolo, ciò che ci permette di liberarci dalla sofferenza. Ok? Questo è molto importante da capire. Per esempio noi che siamo nel Dharma come monaci, monache, abbiamo voti, abbiamo impegni di pratica, eccetera, vediamo che siamo in genere leggermente più fortunati degli altri. Per esempio non ci manca mai un tetto, non ci manca mai da mangiare. E questa è una promessa che ha fatto Buddha ai monaci e alle monache. Allora uno dice, basta, dai, Buddha ti ha fatto la promessa, cosa vuoi di più? E punto primo, non basta. Per esempio, io ho da mangiare, ho un tetto e so bene quanti altri problemi mi rimangono e quelli non c'è promessa di Buddha che me li possa eliminare. Quindi Buddha i maestri risvegliati possono produrre manifestazioni che ci fanno sentire quanto loro ci vogliano bene. Ecco, ma non basta che qualcuno voglia bene, dobbiamo volerci bene noi. Quindi Buddha, ok, ma Dharma è la cosa essenziale. Dharma è esattamente imparare a volersi bene. Voler bene agli altri si può fare, ovviamente quello che vogliamo, ma solo partendo dal voler bene a noi stessi. Allora, Sangha è appunto la comunità di chi applica questi insegnamenti, cioè la comunità di coloro che vogliono bene a tutti e si vogliono bene all'interno della loro collettività, all'interno del loro monastero, all'interno della loro rete anche sparsa in tutto il mondo, eccetera, eccetera. Quindi il Sangha è il vero sostegno di un praticante che ha bisogno di amici, ok? Quindi dicevamo ancora 2 volte, lo ripetiamo, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, cioè non c'è solo un Buddha di 2600 anni fa, c'è un lignaggio di esseri realizzati che proviene dal Buddha e che costituiscono un'assemblea di chi si è manifestato su questa terra e poi ha lasciato questa terra e di chi ora si manifesta su questa terra. Ed è un'assemblea, non c'è un solo raro, isolato maestro, c'è una, aspetta, come dice la dottrina cattolica, la comunione dei santi. Ok. Prendiamo rifugio nelle divinità meditative, ora stiamo per fare una presa di rifugio specifica sulle divinità meditative, prendiamo rifugio nelle dakini. Le dakini sono ciò che per esempio ora mi sta permettendo di fare questo incontro preziosissimo, di cui a volte non accetto l'importanza, trascuro l'importanza a me e me, non che non venga, cerco sempre di esserci, però a volte dico, ah sì, quella mezz'oretta. Guarda caso, le dakini mi hanno permesso di uscire dallo stato di estrema ottusità in cui mi trovavo e di guidare questo incontro. Hanno fatto sì che i vigili che ho davanti a me mi vedono che sto qui in un posto dove non si può parcheggiare, parlando con gli auricolari e non mi toccano, non mi dicono niente. Questa è la dakini, è qualcosa che non ti aspetti e che sostiene la tua pratica del Dharma e che ti dà lampi di illuminazione. Allora, ripetiamolo ancora 2 volte, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Adesso il terzo aspetto del rifugio, che è l'unico sommato che dà, cioè la base, non è l'unico, altrimenti gli altri cosa servirebbero, ma la base della presa di rifugio ha lo scopo di ottenere l'illuminazione. Eccolo qui qual è il rifugio fondamentale. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya, il corpo di verità di cui abbiamo il potenziale intatto, incontaminato. Quando vogliamo, questo potenziale si risveglierà. Non c'è niente che ce lo impedisca. Ok? Bene, parzialmente si è già risvegliato, lo sappiamo tutti, in un modo o nell'altro, persino nell'amore di una madre gatta verso i suoi cuccioli, quel potenziale è stato evocato. Ripetiamo anche 2 volte, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Ora prendiamo rifugio nelle divinità meditative, lo specifichiamo praticando il Buddha della compassione, che è una delle tante divinità meditative con cui sosteniamo una pratica particolare, cioè la pratica veloce. Ok? Ora, tra noi c'è chi non ha iniziazioni del Buddha della compassione, quindi possiamo fare la pratica in questo modo, visualizzando il Buddha della compassione solo davanti a noi, sospeso nello spazio all'altezza della nostra fronte, a un paio di metri di distanza, ci guarda e sorride molto compiaciuto. In questo momento, per esempio, io potrei fare l'esempio molto grossolano, ma anche molto efficace, che il Buddha della compassione sta sorridendo a tutte queste macchine a tutti i guidatori e i passeggeri delle macchine che mi passano davanti, sta sorridendo alle persone che sono in questo posto che non è il mio. Io in genere guido le sessioni in un posto deserto, ci sono solo i gatti. Ora qui è pieno di gente, quindi visualizzare Buddha Avalokitesvara che dà benedizioni a tutta la gente di questo posto, estendendo da benedizioni a tutta la gente in Sicilia, a tutta la gente in Italia, a tutta la gente in Europa, a tutta la gente nel mondo, tutta la gente nelle galassie, e non solo la gente che noi intendiamo esseri umani o comunque simili a noi, ma tutti gli esseri di tutte le condizioni, spiriti, insetti, animali, divinità mondane, eccetera, eccetera. Adesso specifichiamo meglio questa attività di Buddha di Buddha Avalokitesvara, identificandoci con lui tramite il suo mantra. Mentre recitiamo il mantra, sappiamo, visualizziamo, siamo certi che da tutti i pori della sua pelle, Buddha Avalokitesvara bianco, luminosissimo, un volto e due braccia, seduto nella posizione del loto, visualizziamo che da tutti i pori della sua pelle si emanano infiniti raggi laser, come raggi laser, raggi di luce che toccano il capo di tutti gli esseri o il corpo per chi non avesse un capo, o la mente per chi non avesse un corpo, toccano tutti gli esseri e questa luce invade la loro persona, la nostra persona, purifica da tutte le oscurazioni, dà tutte le qualità positive, tutte le possibilità di praticare il sentiero e quindi recidere il ciclo di sofferenza, il ciclo che parte dall'afferrarsi al sé come se fosse veramente esistente, il ciclo che vede le cose ordinarie come assolutamente reali e vere. Ok? Allora, recitiamo quindi il suo mantra e ricordiamoci la visualizzazione. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Bene, ora leggiamo come dedica questa potente preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo. Ora, potente cosa vuol dire? Vuol dire che l'epidemia smette? No. Vuol dire che gli incendi smettono? No. Vuol dire che le torture in Libia smettono? No. Potente vuol dire che guida sempre più e sempre meglio esseri verso la pratica. Ok? Non accendiamo un cero alla Madonna. Ok? Abbiamo già parlato prima di cosa può significare quando gli esseri illuminati manifestano come delle protezioni miracolose verso di noi. E non ci interessa questo, e non è questo che può succedere, siamo nel samsara. Quindi la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo è potente perché da questa malattia, da questa epidemia, da questi conflitti, da queste stranissime cose che stanno succedendo a proposito della reazione a questa malattia, perché questo sia la base per il nostro sentiero verso il risveglio. Questa è la potenza della preghiera. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gra, dalle malattie, dai bhut e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati. Possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Bene, ora pratichiamo le dediche generali, che hanno un'enorme importanza, non sono un accessorio. Ora noi abbiamo generato molto karma positivo, abbiamo fatto una cosa molto preziosa, in più l'abbiamo generata insieme, perciò all'interno di una maratona collettiva. Quindi questo karma positivo aumenta esponenzialmente. Però se non lo dedichiamo correttamente, cioè come dicevo prima, non per scopi parziali, per esempio risolversi di una malattia punto e basta, a noi serve desiderare con tutte le forze che gli esseri siano liberi dalle malattie, ok? Perché ci fa generare la mente dell'illuminazione. Allora, la dedica deve essere rivolta a questo scopo di generare la mente dell'illuminazione e ottenere quindi velocemente il pieno risveglio, la piena illuminazione. A causa di questi meriti possa io ottenere lo stato di Buddha e così guidare tutti gli esseri a questo stato senza eccezione. Inoltre, la cosa più importante è che riusciamo a generare bodhicitta, cioè la mente dell'illuminazione, costantemente, non adesso che l'abbiamo generata per pochi minuti. Quindi possa la bodhicitta che non è ancora sorta nel mondo sorgere, e quella che è già sorta possa non degenerare, ma accrescersi incessantemente. Infine, la cosa più importante è riconoscere che ci sono appunto queste attività illuminate nel mondo, e quindi la cosa più importante dopo aver fatto la dedica generale è rivolgere i nostri meriti per lunga vita di esseri svegliati che operano ora nel mondo in forma umana, Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche e tutti gli altri maestri risvegliati. Quindi in questo caso noi che abbiamo un po' più connessione con Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e con Lama Zopa Rinpoche rispetto a tutti gli altri esseri risvegliati, pratichiamo, scusate, dedichiamo, e comincio davvero a essere preoccupata perché le macchine vogliono entrare dove sono io e non possono, quindi adesso io devo cominciare a muovermi da qui, scusate, ecco qua, quindi parlerò mentre guido. Diciamo, è importantissimo praticare per gli esseri risvegliati che già lavorano nel mondo adesso, perché abbiano una vita lunghissima, perché gli ostacoli generati dal nostro karma siano rapidissimamente purificati. Ora io non posso più leggere le preghiere per Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e per Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Non si può andare di là? Io devo andare a Deco, c'è il parcheggio, ci provo. Ha ragione, perché non si può.
Volevo deviare perché qua non c'è nessuno. Non c'è nessuno.
Gio, ma io devo andare al supermercato quello laggiù. Ci provo?
Non so quando arrivo. No. Ah, si accomodi, devo passare la macchina, si accomodi, vai.
Ecco qua, abbiamo ampiamente dimostrato che cosa significa karma e oscurazioni. Ora dovrebbe arrivare un'altra guida, un altro monaco o monaca a guidare la sessione, ma non arriva. Io qui tutto quello che posso fare con voi è recitare Om Mani Padme Hum finché non arriva quest'altro monaco. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Qualcuno è arrivato? Is anybody? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. So you can lead now. Have a good practice.
Thank you.
Or not? Thank you. Yeah, I see you. Well, good.
Bye. Okay, there was a little confusion there because I was actually here and I was waiting. Calling on Chenrezig, is everything okay? Hello, Chenrezig. Okay, well, I assume that everything is okay. So welcome to the session. And my name is Sarah, and I'm joining you from Boda. As you can see, it says Sarah Boda.
And so this is Bodhanath, the great stupa in Nepal. So between Kopan, where the Holy Guru is, Chenrezig Rinpoche, and the great stupa with the Holy Dharmakaya mind of all the Buddhas. So that's where I'm staying. I've been staying here for about 6-7 months now. And before that, I was in the holy place of Maratika, Guru Rinpoche's holy place, where he achieved the state of immortality in the caves up there, as well as many other great holy beings practicing. So I've been very fortunate to be in Nepal through the whole pandemic, and I'm still here. So I've been reflecting these past few days on the preciousness of the conditions that we all have to practice Dharma. And I enjoyed very much listening to a talk by Geshe Graham on the climate situation, the climate crisis, and the Dharma. And in that, Geshe points out that it took 4 billion years, 4 billion years, until the conditions were there in the Gangetic plain for the Buddha to descend as Shakyamuni Buddha and teach us. And of course, these are teachings that we're primarily following now, come from Shakyamuni Buddha. 4 billion years for this planet to be in a situation where there could be life forms that were ready to receive these teachings, listen, reflect, meditate, and try to practice. Isn't that incredible? And then it took over 4 million years for human beings to be in a state where they were able to receive teachings and practice. And of course, in so many cases, the great masters, including our gurus, not only practice but accomplish the realizations, achieve full enlightenment. So it's quite amazing. And then when we look at the world right now and we see what's happening, how few people have the opportunity to do a practice like this, even to recite Om Mani Padme Hum with their mouth, which of course must be the simplest mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. In fact, that's one of the qualities of Om Mani Padme Hum, is that it's so simple and easy to recite. And yes, it contains all the teachings of the Buddha. Once you heard it, you won't forget it. Om Mani Padme Hum. So many people, even they're not Buddhists, have heard of Om Mani Padme Hum, but do they recite it? Do they have the situation to be able to do that? To be able to recite Om Mani Padme Hum? To be able to recite it, not just recite it, but actually have a thought of reciting it for other numberless sentient beings, even for one sentient being to recite Om Mani Padme Hum, let alone for numberless sentient beings. And not just in this world, but in numberless worlds, and not just in this human realm or in the animal realm, but in numberless realms. I mean, how difficult is that? How difficult, how precious, and how rare. And if we look at the world right now, and just look at the paper, and we can see that so many places in the world, they're just trying to manage the climate crisis, the fires, the floods, the landslides. They're trying to manage the wars. You look now in Afghanistan. Can you imagine how many countries in this world could you not even have the freedom to study, let alone to study a religion that was not the religion of that country, let alone to study and practice and have access to teachers who are teaching a religion that is not the religion, accepted religion of that country. Can you imagine? There are even countries in this world where Buddhism exists, but the people in that country, only a few can practice. For most, it would be considered heresy to be reading or studying these teachings. Can you imagine? Let alone studying these teachings, even to do things which are not acceptable to society. Can you imagine how many countries where we don't, you know, so there's just so much poverty. From a young age, you wouldn't get to a school. You would have to work. The children would be working. Children would be working so many hours a day. Children would be given away or sold to work in factories or even worse situations because of the poverty. They would never have an opportunity to study or meet with gurus, have the conditions, have the Dharma texts, hear on Mani Padme Hum, have the freedom and the leisure to recite on Mani Padme Hum, even have a thought about that. And here we are in this situation after 4 billion years of evolution, where conditions do exist after more than 4 million years of human beings evolving, where the conditions do exist. So why I'm saying this is just to emphasize how precious and how special it is to have such an instruction from our gurus, and to be able to do this practice, and to be able to do this practice in such a way that it's on the internet, it can go throughout the world, and to do such a practice, even if we ourselves can't generate that pure bodhicitta or even an effortful thought of bodhicitta, that the fact that we're fulfilling fully qualified gurus' wishes, holy wishes, the fact that we are reciting it because it's their activity, makes it so powerful. So I think it's really, it's just so precious and so special every second and every minute to be able to do this session. Just so precious, so special, it's beyond imagination. This is something that you couldn't even buy if you had millions and trillions of dollars. Even as Rinpoche says, if you were the richest man in the world, the richest man in the world who has the most amount of money, probably the 100 and the 1,000 richest people in the world, maybe the 10,000 most richest people in the world, do not have this opportunity to recite on Mani Padme Hum. Every living being in this world is suffering from the pandemic. And we have that opportunity, not just to recite that prayer, but also to recite the Thangtong Gyalpo prayer. We have that every week. We have that every moment, every second. We have the opportunity to live in places where there are stupas and prayer wheels, where there are teachers, where there are Dharma books, where we have time, where we have intelligence, where we have a healthy body. Right now, so many people are sick, so many people are afraid, so many people are anxious, so many people are poor, so many people have lost their jobs, so many people are struggling just to take care of their families, so many people are fleeing as refugees, either from the danger of the 4 elements, or from the danger of war, the danger of sickness. And as Rinpoche mentioned in a recent video, it's predicted long, long ago by the great Motsar Rinchen Zombo, that it will only get worse. There will come a time, and that time may not be so far away, where there are only wars. There are only wars. That sounds strange. Just imagine 70 years ago in Europe. There will come a time when there are only wars in this earth, where there are only people fighting each other, where there are only sicknesses, where there are only these kinds of sufferings, and eventually when the world itself is no longer habitable. So this most precious, 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 precious time that we have, which is so short, is inconceivably short. Even if we only had a moment left in our lives to recite on Mani Padme Hum, as Rinpoche often says, if you have a mouth, you must recite on Mani Padme Hum. How precious, how special. So this mantra itself, and Rinpoche gave a talk recently and explained some of the benefits. And of course, you cannot explain all the benefits. There are just too many benefits. but it is the manifestation of these 6 syllables themselves are the manifestation of Chenrezig's holy speech, Chenrezig's holy body, Chenrezig's holy mind in the form of syllables. Om Mani Padme Hum. It is Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum. So I have on the screen, I'm not showing myself, I'm showing the prayer wheel. Inside is more than 2 trillion. 2 trillion. Om Mani Padme Hum. And as I spin this, I just encouraging everyone to visualize all the prayer wheels in the world are spinning. They're all spinning. And all the Om Mani Padme Hum in the world, all radiating out light. And those light beams, well, each syllable is making its own sound. Each syllable is Chenrezig. And those light beams are going out and they hook back all the sufferings from the pandemic, all the other sufferings, all the sufferings in this realm, all the suffering in all 6 realms, all hooked back. Sufferings, the causes of sufferings, all hooked back, absorbed into the syllables. They dissolve into emptiness and are transformed into the qualities of Chenrezig's holy body, speech, and mind. And then light rays radiate out to every living being, and they fill them just like the sun shining fills everywhere with light. They fill every living being with all the qualities of Chenrezig. All the living beings in all realms, they recite the mantra. They become Chenrezig. All the environments, particularly the terrifying environments in the lower realms, terrifying environments in this realm where there's fighting and war and killing, hunger, constant hunger, stealing, abuse, mental sicknesses. All these environments transform into Chenrezig's pure land of Patala. All the beings reciting Chenrezig's holy mantra. Everywhere is filled with light, as nature's compassion and wisdom. So first what we'll do is we'll recite the refuge prayer, and then we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum, visualizing and reciting it along with all sentient beings. And all the prayer wheels are turning. All sentient beings, my mothers, the infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of one mind, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, the infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Go for refuge to empty clarity of one mind, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who were infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Go for refuge to empty clarity of one mind, the Dhammakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. mani me hu. Om 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 mani me. Om mani me hu. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om 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 Mani Padme. Okay, so now I'm going to recite the prayer to Thangtong Gyalpo. So this is me. So now you can, if you want, you can see me as well. All sentient beings, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and so forth, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. All these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth to the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. All embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So I'm going to recite the Bodhisattva attitude now as a kind of concluding aspiration. So normally I recite it as the motivation, but today I just went straight into the refuge prayer on the money. Today I want to do many Om Mani Padme Hum. So I mean, you know, that mantra is just so powerful. Okay, so to dedicate, determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings, who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, completely fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, completely fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. I give up my body, enjoyments, and wealth, and even all virtues the 3 times without any sense of loss, in order to accomplish the welfare of all sentient beings. By giving away all, I will pass beyond suffering, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding, sorrowless state. Since everything is given up all at once at death, it is best to give away to sentient beings. Having given this body to all beings to use whatever they want for their happiness, even if they constantly kill, criticize, beat me, and so on, let them do whatever they like. Even if others play with my body, put me down and make fun of me, since I've already given this body to them, why resist that? Let sentient beings do anything to my body that doesn't harm them. When anyone encounters me, let it never be meaningless for them. Whoever generates a thought of anger or devotion by looking at me, may that very mind always become the cause to accomplish their every success. May all those who say unpleasant things, harm me physically, or likewise complain about me behind my back, have the fortune to achieve enlightenment. May I become a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for those who have entered the path in all lifetimes, and a boat, ferry, and bridge for those who wish to cross over water. May I become an island for those seeking an island, a light for those wanting light, bedding for those desiring bedding. May I become a servant for all beings who want a servant. May I become a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, actualize knowledge mantras, a great medicine, a wish-granting tree, and a wish-granting cow for those beings. Like the 4 great elements, earth, and so on, and like space, may I always be the means of living for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, in every realm of sentient being, equaling the limitless sky, may I always be the cause and means of living in every way, until they all attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, for as long may I remain, dispelling the suffering of transmigratory beings. So how could we ever repay the kindness of the precious Gurus, Kevji Zopa Rinpoche, Lama Yeshe, Chenrezig Lama, and all our Gurus who have taught us the path to enlightenment, and particularly emphasize the need for kindness, compassion, cherishing others, caring for others, who've taught us these mantras, who've taught us about the mind, and who've guided us constantly. So as I said at the beginning, 4 billion years it took for this earth to have the conditions for Guru Shakyamuni Buddha to send and be able to teach and guide us. 4 million years it took for human beings to evolve to a point where they could receive the teachings, practice, and accomplish them. It's like a split second, this moment we have to practice, all due to the kindness of our gurus. So may whatever virtue we accumulate be the cause for these gurus to have a long life and for all their holy wishes to be fulfilled. And within that prayer, everything is taken care of. Hello? So I'm hi, I'm handing over. So I've concluded the session. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Venerable Sarah. So, hello everyone, my name is Tanzin Beki, and thank you for joining me in reciting the Liberating Sakya from Disease prayer, especially recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche for the pacification of the pandemic in the world. So let's begin this session by taking a few moments to relax our body and mind in its natural state by focusing our attention on the sensations of our breath at the level of our nostrils or below our navel. Let's take a few moments to balance our attention by way of mindfulness of breathing. Now, with the mind that is more calm, focused, and relaxed, we can generate a positive altruistic motivation for today's prayer session. We can start by reflecting that we have this precious human rebirth
with all the favorable causes and conditions to practice Dharma and to develop our minds in a positive direction so that we can be of real benefit to ourselves and all the people, all the sentient beings around us who are suffering in samsara day and night without a refuge, without any hope, in ignorance and without control. So we have this precious opportunity right now to create so much merit in each and every moment of our life. And then we reflect on the purpose of our life, which is to reach the state of perfection, of the state of awakening Buddhahood, in order to be able to release all these sentient beings from this cycle of existence, where one takes uncontrolled rebirth and dies again and again. So this is our real purpose of life, to have all these conditions in order to practice the stages and paths up to enlightenment and reach that state in future. And the purpose of becoming enlightened is not only for our own welfare, but in order to fully take care and bring happiness and release the sufferings of all the sentient beings who have been our mothers not once, but many, many times in the previous lives. So in order to repay their kindness and to release them from the suffering of samsara, we need to practice virtue, purify negativities, and completely eliminate our afflictions so that one day we can become a Buddha and benefit all these mother sentient beings. So let's reflect for a few moments on this precious mind of bodhicitta, which is the foundation of all the good qualities and which is the most important aspect of becoming a Buddha. So with this positive motivation in our mind, now we can visualize in the space in front of us Guru Buddha Chenrezig seated on a beautiful golden throne adorned with jewels, with a lotus seat, then a sun disk and a moon disk. He is brilliant white and shining with 5-colored light rays. He is the 4-round Guru Buddha Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion,
seated right in front of us, looking at us with eyes of compassion and smiling charmingly. He's full of love and compassion as the embodiment of all our gurus, lamas, and teachers of the 3 times and 10 directions. And then we visualize surrounding us, first on the left side, our mother of this life, on the right side, our kind father of this life, and then immediately surrounding us, friends and relatives, and then the people with whom we have difficulty with, or we don't get along with very well. And then surrounding them as far as space are all other sentient beings who are kind of strangers for us in this life. All the beings of the 6 realms in human form, experiencing their respective sufferings, and they are as far as space, numberless. So all these beings imagine that they have joined us today in creating virtue by reciting this incredible blessed prayer of pacifying disease in the world, of pacifying physical and mental suffering. So to pay homage to Guru Buddha Chenrezig, we recite the prayer of refuge and bodhicitta 3 times. All sentient beings from others who are infinite like space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, for the benefit of all sentient beings. All sentient beings from others who are infinite like space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, for the benefit of all infinite sentient beings. All sentient beings from others who are infinite like space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, for the benefit of all beings. Now, as we recite the mantra of Buddha of Compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can imagine strong white rays of light and nectar flowing from the heart of Guru Buddha Chenrezig into our hearts and completely purifying all our sufferings, pain, problems, our negative actions, the causes of our negative actions, our mental afflictions, as well as their imprints, completely dispelling all these problems in the form of black liquid, which flows out from the lower parts of our body. And then in the second part of the mantra recitation, we can visualize golden light and nectar flowing from the heart of Guru Buddha Chenrezig into us and blessing us with good health, long life, with all the realizations of the path up to enlightenment, with the realizations of bodhicitta and the wisdom of emptiness, and filling us completely with bliss and happiness. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme